structure includes the zygomatic, the ethmoid, and the vomer bones. Yes. Thank you. So there's only one person we can turn to, and that's James Cuccini, who's joining us via Zoom. Hey, James, how you doing, man?
Hey, sorry to bother you guys at work.
It's all right, brother. All right, so at what bony structure are we speaking of that has all that stuff in it?
The face.
The face,
The
yes.
face.
The skull.
In the face.
You got it, buddy. All right, James, congrats. Hang on. You got yourself some tickets, brother. We're going to send you off to see Volbeat and Hailstorm Saturday, August 9th, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale Friday, 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. You can go to WMMR.com and get a pre-sale happening. The information is there. And we also have a shot at winning some pit tickets. So, James, thank you for listening, brother. We appreciate it. Congratulations. Enjoy that show. I'm going to go through some stories. We're going to start with one. We actually have Marissa. I don't know if you have this audio clip or not, but Wendy Williams. She is actually going to call in to The View on Friday, accompanied by Gina Lisa Monterosso from Connect Care Advisory Group. And this comes just days after she had dropped the note. We talked about this from the window of her care facility in New York City. The note read, "Help Wendy," and was taken to the hospital for a wellness check.
By the way, this like representative with her is like not really. I mean, I didn't listen to the whole thing, but like she goes to talk and then Wendy cuts her off and talks anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so sort of a legal representative who's
I don't know
interceding on her behalf?
I don't know. I guess I don't. She's not interceding. She like Wendy's saying, "Listen, you know me. I'm not a person to not speak, but due to the current situation, yes, I have this representative with me." But the girl wasn't not really a great speaker. Like she just sounded like a normal person. She didn't sound like a public relations rep or anything. So she would go to speak.
I'm kind of shy.
And then Wendy would this was when Wendy called into a friend of hers. She does the Fox Good Day in New York.
Yes.
And so she was talking to Rosanna, and Wendy just kind of kept jumping in.
All right, well, here are a couple of those clips. We'll play those, and I'll continue on with this story. But this is one of them.
I have options, but in terms of getting out of guardianship, that is my number one most important thing.
All right, and then here's more of the details.
Financial advisor, I've had that for a year. Listen, of course, a financial advisor. Of course, somebody to look after my money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but
because
the money that I have right now is all with my guardian person.
So despite being under a court-ordered guardianship, she is said to have recently scored a perfect 10 on a mental capacity test, which they had for her then. On top of that, the former talk show host filed to remove her legal guardianship last month and plans to demand a jury trial if denied.
Do you know, it's one of the things that's working against her is there exists a picture that was taken of her, and I guess she was in a wide-eyed moment, and it's the picture they keep using that makes her look stark raving mad.
There's a picture of a friend of mine. We just were out. We're at the beach. We took a group photo, and her eyes happen to be like super wide open. She looks like a crazy person. She's not, but like that's just what she looks like.
That's the one. That's immortalized. It's like your bedhead picture. It'll haunt you for the rest of your life.
That doesn't haunt me. I'm proud of that thing. But this is what I was talking about yesterday. Like you hear her speak, and you're like, this woman sounds lucid. She sounds fine. She sounds like she could take care of her own finances and medications and whatever it is. So it's hard to understand if that's not the case.
Well, listen, some people way more qualified than us are going to have to dive in there and find out exactly what's up. And if she's being held wrongfully, then they got to get her out of there. But if they see something, she should hire Brittany. Then they got to keep her in there.
I know. So, who knows?
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not having to make the decision.
That's what I was going to say. We all said free Brittany, and look what happened. We should have
not. She's doing a night dance in the bathroom.
So
she's doing the saber dance in the shower.
She had called in. That was Good Day New York yesterday, and she had said she passed her evaluation with flying colors and wants to end her guardianship. And she said, as you heard in the clip, that her main goal is to get out of that guardianship.
Well, and those clips that you played, Rosanna had asked her, like, look, if you get out of this guardianship, are you willing to do things like get a financial advisor, alcohol treatment, like all that kind of stuff? She said she doesn't have a problem with alcohol. I don't need that. But she said, yeah, of course, if I need to go to advisors, I have no problem doing that.
Right. So we'll see as this...
Get her out to Keenan's.
As this continues to unfold, she'd be a hoot, wouldn't she? Yeah. Gigi Hadid is finally giving fans a small glimpse into the romance with Bradley Cooper. The supermodel gushed about the actor, telling Vogue, "I respect him so much as a creative." Love you. Adding that he gives so much encouragement and just belief, she said. For those people you admire to encourage you, it can create so much belief in yourself.
So we're Team Gigi, right? Because of proximity and because we're such dear friends with Bradley Cooper.
I mean, we live in the same neighborhood as her.
Basically,
so.
you can hardly avoid her when you go out to shop.
So Gigi shared that they met at a mutual friend's child's birthday party and bonded over their shared understanding of what they want in a relationship. And the model opened up saying, to find someone that is in a place in their life where they know what they want and deserve, and you both do work separately to come together and be the best partner that you can be. I just feel really lucky. Well put, babe. So before dating Cooper, Hadid was in a turbulent on and off relationship with former One Direction member Sayin Malik, whom she shares a daughter, Kai Malik, while Cooper was previous with Rena Sheikh, with whom he co-parented daughter Leah Sheikh Cooper.
Yeah, and then Chocolate Shake.
And Chocolate Shake after that.
I would love to, get a peek into what their life is. They're out in Bucks County, right?
Yeah, I told you guys.
They're near your friend, right?
Yeah, my friend was at a party with them. And
was it this party?
No, but she said they went in and it was sort of kept, like, it was invitation only party. And it was sort of kept quiet who was going to be there. And they got there and they were there and they had to, for the party, I don't know if it was because of them. They also, the house they went to, obviously these people are also well off themselves. But when they walked in the party, everybody had to either leave their phones in the car or put them in an area.
Yeah.
Interesting, yeah. That's a wild move if you can pull that.
Has anyone watched the new Righteous Gemstones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not yet, but I heard that he's in it.
It took me like a good 5 minutes into the episode to realize it was him. It's
Same, Maris. I'm like, wait, hang on.
Crazy.
Is that Bradley Cooper? Yeah, he's awesome.
Apparently Danny McBride talked him into doing it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love that. I love that stuff.
All right, so word is that Jennifer Gardner's boyfriend, John Miller, is
I'd
not...
like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
And he's apologizing.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer.
I miss that guy. We haven't heard from him in a little while. So this guy, John Miller, is apparently not happy after recent photos showed Ben Affleck getting a little too close to his ex-wife.
I'd like to apologize.
A source told Page Six that John knows there's nothing going on between Jen and Ben, but he doesn't think those photos are a good look and feels it's disrespectful to their relationship.
Looking at it from his angle and looking at the picture that made all the rounds, it does look a little inappropriate. So they're bonded because she saved his life a couple of times.
Yep.
But I can understand his point of view. He says, and I believe this, he's been very accommodating of the relationship. He understands that, but it's like, hey, respect me too.
Well, and they're bonded because they have kids together too.
Yeah.
So the insider added that Miller gave Jen an ultimatum. He doesn't want to see them see anything like that again. Or he has no choice but to walk away. So Ben was seen affectionately holding Garner's waist while they celebrated their son Samuel Affleck's 13th birthday at a paintball park.
I'm sorry.
While Miller has always been supportive of their co-parenting, the source said that he is reportedly feeling like a third wheel as Ben continues to spend holidays and special occasions with his ex-wife and leaning on each other more than ever lately, having a really close relationship.
I can see that being irritating.
Yeah. By the way, she's been in this on and off relationship with this guy.
Who are we talking about?
John Miller. He is the CEO of Cali Burger.
Yes. That's that robotic, isn't that robotic burger chain?
I don't know.
Where they have all these, it's kind of the big gimmick.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's my understanding. And it's almost completely automated burger chain.
So it's been on again, off again. We'll see where this whole thing goes. Marissa, do we have the clip of Millie Bobby Brown? Yep. So she was on the Today Show, and she shared her reaction to the wave of support from women after posting a viral video of her standing up for herself against critics of her looks. And this is her commenting on that.
I kind of shut my phone off after because I was a little overwhelmed. But I'm so happy people were able to feel like they connected with the video, and it was a scary thing to do. I didn't know how people were going to react, so it's nice to see that reaction.
Yeah, she was. It was a well done video. She was very
honest,
pleasant and honest.
I don't know how you couldn't connect with her message.
Yeah. All right. So Scarlett Johansson is just not a social media type of person, and that extends to her work life. In an interview with InStyle, the actress described to what lengths she'll go to stay off of the various platforms. With her Jurassic World Rebirth arriving in theaters July 2nd, Universal Pictures has been pressuring her to start up an Instagram account to help promote the film. She said, even today, I got an email from Universal, and they're like, hey, would you consider joining Instagram in tandem with the release of Jurassic World Rebirth? And she said, is there a way I could do this and stay true to who I am? I don't feel like I could.
Yeah.
And she said, if I was a person who really enjoyed social media, then I could totally get on the bandwagon, but I am not. And I think that the film will do just fine.
It will. And what they can do is use their own, the movie company website and interview her and have snippets that appear that way where it's not her own account.
And for those fans of the MCU who have been hoping for a return of Black Widow, there's some disappointing news from Scarlett. She did an interview with InStyle, and she put a stake through the heart of any thought that her superhero would be making a comeback. She said, Natasha is dead. She is dead. She is dead, okay? The character met her demise in Avengers Endgame in 2019, and though Johansson's had released a prequel, Black Widow, 2 years later, she's hoping the fans will come to accept that the character is gone. She said they're like, but she could come back. Look, I think the balance of the entire universe is held in her hand, and we're going to have to let it go. She saved the world. Let her have her hero moment.
And besides that, she sued Marvel because you remember the movie was supposed to get a theatrical release, and they quickly rushed it right into streaming. And so she had a deal based on box office. And
for the Black Widow film.
Black Widow movie, yeah.
Jack Quaid took a beating at the Kings and Clippers game to promote his upcoming film Novocaine, which is out on March 14th. In a viral video, the camera zooms in on Quaid sitting courtside with co-star Amber Midthunder, showing off some bruises and an arm sling, but still grinning. And as the game goes on, the camera would cut back to him multiple times, and each time he looks worse. He had a neck brace. He had a full arm cast and fresh cuts. They kept coming in and freshening it up.
That's funny.
And so the video goes on, and he's wearing two arm casts, and one of them says "Go Clippers" on it, actually written on a bloody head bandage. And so they just kept going back to him and making him more injured because the character he plays doesn't feel pain.
Yeah, and that's kind of his power.
Yeah. So that movie is out on Friday, by the way, and they're ponying up $500 that we're giving away for our Word of the Week prize. So I thought that's a good bit. It's good. It's a nice little marketing promotion.
He's having a lot of success with these films. He's in a movie called Companion. And he is playing an atypical character for him. He's playing kind of the bad guy.
Yeah.
But he's really good, man. I think he has a long career.
Yeah, I like him a lot. So we're just finding out now, but former Bachelorette star Deanna Pappas was arrested last month on misdemeanor charges of battery against her ex-husband.
What the hell?
A guy named Steven Stagliano. Pappas was arrested in February, and Santa Clara, California, was released on $20,000 bond that same day. For her part, she claims that Stagliano was the aggressor, though he was not charged. She starred in the fourth season of The Bachelorette in 2008. She and Stagliano married in 2011, announced their split in 2023, with the divorce being final just last June. So her court hearing is set for March 20th.
You know what? I wonder if we're approaching the time, if we're talking, when did the series start, The Bachelor and Bachelorette? Is it possible that we could have someone who was on the original few seasons now coming back for Golden Bachelor?
Oh, wow.
Right?
Very good question.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's been a while.
You could do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it because none of them stay married.
No.
One or two.
Yeah.
Out of the 30 seasons or whatever they've had of
The
it.
first season of The Bachelor, the original was 2002.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're
23 years later.
Yeah.
So if you're
a little shy of
7 more years, maybe we can get away with it. We'll see. I thought this is a fun story. Taylor Swift. Is there anything she can't do? Cuban-born Major League Baseball player Roberto Campos says that it was her music that was instrumental in helping him to adapt to life in the U.S.
Taylor Swift helped him adapt.
He said, my first year, I was not able to speak English, and that was so hard for me. The Detroit Tigers prospect said, my second year was more relaxed, and then I could be fluent in English. And he said that along with forcing himself to speak only English with his roommates and watching movies with the subtitles on, he listened intently to pop music, mostly Taylor Swift. And he said, "Thank you, Taylor Swift. She's incredible." How great is that?
Pretty amazing.
I love it.
I always thought that would be the way if I'm in a country and I have to learn the language and acclimate. Movies that I know, watching the subtitles and watching, trying to live it would be the best way to learn it.
So my brother-in-law married a woman from Cuba, and they eventually moved there and lived there for like a decade. And so he had to learn the language. Yeah. And I don't know if he did it watching movies, but that's a great idea with the subtitles on. That can help a little bit. But he said when you realize you've got the language down is when you start to either think or dream in that language, and then you've got it.
Yeah, dreaming in a foreign language is a bizarre thing that happened to me a few times. Steve, I have French language lines of movies that I remember in French. So there's the movie Alive, where they get trapped in the Andes.
Yes, I love it.
So the scene where they find the one plane and it's got like some chocolate and toothpaste, and they start consuming it because they haven't anything to eat. He goes, "Dentifrice, délicieux, chocolat." And in my brain, I hear the French lines. I don't hear the English lines.
Yeah.
And the other great way to learn a foreign language if you move there is kids programming. You watch Sesame Street in a foreign language.
They're teaching. And I'm
basics.
a moron.
Yeah.
That's the basics. That's a great idea. Okay.
When I was growing up, I loved Boyz II Men so much, and they did a cover of Yesterday in Spanish on one of their albums, and I knew every word to it. Don't know what any of the words mean now. I don't remember it whatsoever. But when I was 12, it was great.
All right. Someday it'll serve you well. We'll see.
Hopefully it'll come
I
back.
can speak the language. Thank you, Boyz II Men.
Netflix is working on a reboot of Stephen King's Cujo. The horror movie follows a mother and son who have to fight off a rabid dog while they're trapped in a car.
Did you ever read the source material?
Great book.
Okay, a lot of people
Loved it.
rave about it. The movie is pretty good. And I was watching. I was this year's old, Preston, when I realized that half the scenes in that movie of the Saint Bernard is a guy in a Saint Bernard suit.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah. Well, now they have the potential to really do it well with CGI and the way they can do that with animals. But it's a compelling story, and it's it takes on the fear of what if you have this animal, this force that is bigger and more powerful than you and ain't going anywhere, and you have no one to help you. It's a tough spot to be in, and there's a lot of psychological things that happen when you're trapped like that. So it's the early days. So the original movie, 1983, starred Dee Wallace and Danny Pinataro. It's early days for the reboot for Cujo, but there's no extra details on the movie out at the time. And it's just the latest in a long line of Stephen King adaptations right now with the stories, including Life of Chuck, which I can't wait for. It's such a great story. Dr. Sleep, which you loved, Steve.
Yeah,
really good movie. And more being turned into movies and TV shows as we speak. So The Dark Tower is still a big project. And so big, good stuff coming for King fans.
In the book, does Cujo get rabies from a bat bite? Mm-hmm. Okay, same thing. All right.
Same thing in the, exactly in the movie. The Legally Blonde prequel series, Elle, has found its leading lady's mom, an actress named June Diane Raphael. And I took a look at her. If someone were to play the Karen Rogers story from 6 ABC, I think it would be this woman.
Oh, wow.
Here's a picture of her, right?
Yeah. Very much.
Yep.
Oh, I know. She's actually... she's a great comedic actress.
She's been in a lot of stuff, Steve.
She's in Anchorman 2 and, a ton of stuff.
So she is set
Parks
to play,
and Rec.
She is set to play Eva Woods, and she joins Lexi Mindtree, who starred as a young Elle Woods navigating high school before her days at Harvard Law. While the hit films don't really share much about the Woods matriarch, originally played by Tane McClure, Raphael has plenty of comedy chops to give the new role some life. And she's best known for her role as Brianna Hansen on Grace and Frankie, and has also appeared on shows like New Girl, Big Mouth, Abbott Elementary, and Frasier, making her the perfect for Elle's world.
Is she married to Adam Scott?
Ooh, I don't know.
Look it up.
So it says here. Oh no, wait, Steve. No, she was. She has her husband Paul Scheer.
Okay,
that she does a podcast with.
All right,
Jason Mantzoukas. But so we'll see about that. Let's see what time we got. Oh yeah, we should probably get to Let me see if there's anything super important that you need to know. No, we can do the clips.
Oh, yay.
So after 48 seasons, Survivor continues to create emotional connections between the viewer and the cast with no signs of slowing down. And here Jeff Probst talks about the energy from this new batch of... No, wait, we don't have it.
We don't?
Oh, wait, hold on. New batch of competitors and... No, they didn't come over. Hang on. What do you say, Maris?
That file was like corrupt, but this will work.
Okay, all right. So now we can try this. Here we go.
48 is not a slow burn. 48 hits it straight out of the gate, including emotion. You know, you're going to cry, I think, in the first couple of minutes, which seems crazy given you don't even know these people. But the people we're putting on are so dynamic and so interesting that you can quickly invest in their story.
A new episode of Survivor airs tonight. That's 8 o'clock.
48.
CBS. I know, it's crazy.
Well, I wonder what they're going to do for the 50th.
Here's our next clip. Drum roll, please. Abbott Elementary's most demure, most mindful character is about to have a screw it moment. Here, Cheryl Lee Ralph talks about Barbara's mindset for letting go of expectation and embracing their true self.
I'm not going to try that hard. I'm going to step back, relax, and just let it be. Let me be exactly who I am. And that just made such a huge difference, not trying to be anything other than exactly what I am.
Yeah! New episode of Abbott Elementary airs today, and you can find that on ABC, by the way. All right, and there you go. That is our entertainment report for this morning. We're navigating a Wednesday morning. Our buddy Paul Mecurio is going to be stopping by today. He'll be in the 9 o'clock hour, an appearance here on the program. And we're just getting set for our trip to sunny Clearwater, Florida, which, by the way, today's sunshine, 71 degrees. Nice day. Tomorrow, for our live broadcast, sunny, 73 degrees. We'll be at the ballpark. And then when we're at Coco's, Friday, partly cloudy, 79 degrees.
Okay. So here's the deal. You bring in some sort of like a hoodie or something for tomorrow morning when we arrive to do the broadcast, because what is the temperature when we arrive?
The low temperature is 60 degrees, so it's not bad.
That's not that bad.
Yeah, so
right.
I didn't learn. I haven't brought any... Well, I do have a light jacket that I'm going to be
that's
taking,
what I'm doing.
So.
Yeah.
A light
Just a
jacket will
light
do.
jacket.
Something smart, and, you know.
Actually, Kathy, it's a shacket.
Okay. Wait, yeah.
It's a shirt jacket.
Is it navy blue?
Yeah, it's the one I wear.
I thought you were wearing the same shirt for like 7 days in a row. And I think it was either Casey or maybe humorous. I don't know, but they were like, no, it's a jacket. I was like, thank God.
It's a jacket. It's like pants.
Have you guys seen Press? Oh my God.
I think he's falling on hard times.
I have to call Rochelle.
It's a shacket. All right. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. The day is breaking, and we will return in just a moment with lots for you to listen in on as you do what you do at this time of day. We'll be right back. Number 13. The follow-up to 2016's The Serenity of Suffering has been preceded by a first single called You'll Never Find Me, which arrived on Wednesday. Again. Oh, okay. Jonathan Davis said, deep within our earth lives an extraordinary force.
He's right.
Very few are aware of the magnitude and significance of this place where good and evil, dark and light, bliss and torment, loss, gain, and hope and despair all exist as one, pulling at us every moment of our lives.
Welcome to the deep, dark caverns of energy. You are here because of corn, yes? You are one of us. You make the hallowed sound.
It's not something he
Everyone.
said. It's not something that we can choose to navigate, he says, but...
What a bunch of crap.
And it's the only place where balance between these dynamic and polarizing forces exists, where the soul finds its refuge. Welcome to the nothing. you just make that?
I just made that.
Put it at the beginning.
One more time.
Yeah, all right.
We are in nothing. Play the ceremonial sound. Enter.
Oh, that's like the password.
Yes, yeah. It's open sesame.
Okay.
You have approached the boulder of truth. To enter the hall of corn, you must emit the sound of recognition. Proceed.
Slowly, the boulder rolls to one side.
Enter. This is as stupid as it gets.
Davis is literally.
Why?
Come on in.
Come on in.
I love songs like that are just, oh my God, you just said it.
Yeah.
You just said it so plainly. Not a lot of, flowery language or metaphors. You just said it straight out. I love
I know
that.
one that comes immediately to mind. That actually, when I had gone through a breakup, laid it out, and I was like,
I know
got
what
it.
it is.
Say it.
Heart of the matter?
You got it.
I knew it.
It's the economy of words.
Telling you.
The message.
Yeah.
It nailed it.
I agree. Don Henley.
Yeah.
And it's so plainly speaks. And he managed to make it all rhyme.
And he
too.
made it rhyme.
How the hell do you do that? These guys. But I wanted to throw this out as a subject of the song that gave you the strength, whatever it was. Jim, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Jim?
Hey, so 15 years ago, I was working for Johnson & Johnson, and we were working on a new Tylenol product, that's Tylenol Rapid Release Gels.
Yeah.
So I'm down in Puerto Rico. I was down there for about 18 months, away from my family, the whole deal. And we were having a lot of technical problems. We're really dejected because we're thinking we're going to have to tell them to delay the launch and everything. And we're winding up the day around 8 o'clock at night. We're on our way to a small hole-in-the-wall restaurant, and as we're walking into the restaurant, we hear Rocky Going the Distance.
It's ready to release the Tylenol!
And so forth. And
You got a headache?
Are you ready? You got a headache? You want an immediate relief? Then you got to have Tylenol! Rapid release! Come on! Rapid release! You can't wait? Your head hurts!
But Jim,
was the weirdest thing, and in Puerto Rico of all places too. It was hilarious.
Regular Excedrin stinks.
but it gave you the strength because you were missing your daughter, and you just to keep on going, right?
I love you.
Exactly.
I miss you so much. But Daddy's working on rapid release Tylenol.
Down here in Puerto Rico.
Oh my God!
You can't come home right now. It's with the Puerto Ricans trying to mix the rapid release Tylenol.
I hope no one's calling in for sympathy.
Not gonna get it.
Because when you got your head, it feels like it's a punching bag. You got to have immediate relief.
Yeah. Well, listen, it could.
What's that up on the roof? It sounds like a seizure.
You have to take a few Tylenol, for that, maybe like a billion.
But it's like a billion.
Yeah.
To shut down your kidneys.
An artificial tongue that can taste minute differences between varieties of Scotch whiskey could be the key to identifying counterfeit alcohol.
I was watching this story yesterday, and I guess the guy who invented it, Preston, has a really thick Scottish brogue.
Yeah, so they're engineers from the University of Glasgow and Strathclyde in Scotland that created this. Yes.
So and it can. The whole purpose is to distinguish knockoff Scotch, basically
counterfeit alcohol.
Wow.
Well, because you're talking about big money when it comes to
also
some brands of alcohol.
Listen, Angus, I'm taking this home for the weekend. It's the missus's birthday.
Yeah, it's the artificial tongue.
Here, sit on this for about an hour.
The study
You'll be seeing Israeli parasites in no time.
Involving arranging submicroscopic slices of the two metals in a checkerboard pattern of taste buds.
Look at that tongue go.
Which are around 500 times smaller than those on a human tongue.
So
the scientists measured the plasmonic resonance, or the tiny difference in how much light they absorb, to identify the types of whiskey.
Will this be the companion piece to the fleshlight?
Maybe, or the Sibian. It could be used in food safety testing, quality control, security,
frat parties,
really any area where a portable, reusable method of tasting would be useful. But one whiskey expert casts doubt on the artificial tongue's effectiveness. Charles McLean.
This is a crock of crap.
A master.
You and your stupid tongue. I see right through your ruse, you knob niffler. That's a Scottish insult.
Is it?
I just made it up.
It is now. You knob niffler.
Niffling knobs all day.
No, his title is he is a master of the quaich.
You're a master of the quaich.
The Scotch.
You wee weenied prick.
The Scotch whiskey industry's highest accolade.
Oh, it's a compliment I just paid you. I didn't even know it.
Is master of the quaich, by the way.
You're a master of the quaich.
Master of the queef.
And your wife is a master of the queef. Yeah, I said you tongue-building ass.
He said, flavor assessment in the whiskey industry is done by smell, taste, and texture. Of all
the 3 R's.
Of all.
What?
I'm Scottish.
Of all the senses employed, smell is the most important, he says.
Absolutely.
Whiskey blenders and quality assessors rely entirely.
Stick your tongue in your nose.
So anyhow, they made an artificial tongue.
You made it. Look at you.
Yeah.
You're finally living the dream. You made your stupid ass tongue.
You fake tongue.
You
freak.
You frig nibbler.
Frig nibbler.
He's just making things up.
I'm making them up and they're sticking.
I love it.
I'm rubber, you're glue.
You frig nibbler.
You frig nibbler. You chowder huffer. When an angry Scotsman says it, carries more weight.
You lollygagger.
He's a carb tickler. That's a compliment.
Here's the thing. When I make jokes about people that have disabilities, never the person with the disability gets mad at me.
Well, there you go.
Ever.
There you go.
It's always the person who knows the person with a disability. It's always the person who is like, my son. Like,
do you get extra firepower because you are a person of smaller stature?
Yes, I'm a dwarf, midget, person, short stature, and I know it's my voice. You can't tell. I'm not on the radio like, oh, Preston stuff. Woohoo! Like, no, I don't sound like that. But yes, I get a little more leeway because it's really hard to get mad at the dwarf who's making jokes.
Do you ever have someone get pissed off at you and then not realize that you are, and then like you see them like.
Yeah, on the radio. Yeah, on the radio that happens because, like I said, I don't sound like. And then they come like, "How dare? Well, how would you like it if you have a disability?" It's like, I can't wear adult clothes. Like I gotta pick up chicks with Bob the Builder on my T-shirt. All right, yeah. Like I did a show a few weeks ago, and there was a guy in the audience, and he was in a wheelchair. And he didn't have any legs, right? And I immediately started making fun of him. Right. And he laughing. You can tell he's laughing because the chair was moving back and forth real fast. And the audience got mad. And like one dude stood up. He's like, "Stop making fun of him. What if he gets mad at you?" And I was like, "I'll run up some stairs. I'm not worried. This guy's not gonna do. He's not a threat." So yeah, like it's always people that don't have the ailment that I'm talking about that get mad.
Do you ever get hit up for do scripts come your way for
yeah. And
what's the most bizarre you've gotten sent your way?
Oh my god.
Because you know you had when the Hervé Villechaize story was being done, right?
Well, yeah, because that's Dinklage though.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
He produced it.
He's the Dinklage is the top guy. I hate Peter Dinklage. It's strictly jealousy. It has nothing to do with him as a person. He's probably a delightful human being, but he's in everything. If they made a movie and called it the Brad Williams story, it would be starring Peter Dinklage. It's madness.
What's the craziest thing you've been offered? Yeah.
Well, the craziest thing I was ever offered, and I actually did it. So this one dude wrote me and said, "Hey, I'm doing a horror film, and I need you to be like a monster or whatever."
Really?
And I was like, "All right, cool." And I had to sit in the chair. They put the mold all around me. You have to sit there for however many minutes.
It's claustrophobic, right?
Yeah. So the mold sets. It's really kind of scary. And then you do it, and then he goes, "Okay, this is gonna be the monster mold." And I did the film. It's like some low budget independent.
Yeah.
It's nothing anyone's seen. What I didn't know is that the guy took the mold and sold it to somebody who turned me into a sex toy.
Are you kidding?
That is
There's a Brad Williams sex doll?
Yes. Well, not anymore because I sued them.
Were you flattered?
Unbelievable.
Were you slightly flattered?
Slightly flattered, but like, dude, it was freaky because someone gave me the website.
Did you get one at least before you sued him? Because you could literally go F yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. My wife could have something to do while I was gone. But yeah, like I looked at this website. It was me. It was
God.
me. And I just thought to myself, like, how weird is this going to be if someone on the street who bought this sees me walking the other way and just goes, whoa, like, and it's just like.
Before we do anything, I have a shout out. I missed this one a couple of days ago. This was from Elizabeth Filler. And she says, my twins, Maddie and Robbie, turned 10 on March 6th. And we'll have a juicy shout out. They've been listening their entire lives from California, South Carolina, Maryland, even Switzerland. And since we moved back to PA, they've enjoyed buying trunkfuls of food to donate, camp out, and partaking in the insanity of the Cardboard Classic. And she wrote this before this year's Cardboard Classic. She said, my husband's participating for the second time this year. Looking forward to another great outing. I've been listening since DRE days and remember listening to MMR with my parents. And thank you for the many laughs that got me through board exams, my husband's deployments, hurricane evacuations, the recent loss of my mother, and lots of good times too. You guys rock. So that's from Elizabeth. So there you go. That is for Maddie and Robbie. And sorry I missed your birthday the other day, guys. We'll try to make good when we can. All right. We have time to do this. I think we need to go to the Just Sayin Institute because there have been some discoveries.
Some discoveries?
Yes, there have been.
The Just Sayin Institute, home of the Marissa Magnata Irregular Spray Tan Clinic.
It
actually looks really good today.
It looks good today.
She didn't get her face done. That's why.
And you employed a new methodology, didn't you?
Didn't get my face done, and I actually showered before I came to work.
All right. Good idea. We've noticed for sure. So we're going to start with this. According to a new study, chewing on a hard substance like wood can boost levels of a naturally occurring antioxidant in the human brain, which in turn might improve a person's memory.
Thank God. Because I thought I was just gnawing for nothing.
Yeah.
You're going to gnaw away the enamel on your teeth.
So sometimes, outside of the Acme, they have firewood, but I'll buy it just to chew on it.
So the example they used in the story, though, is chewing on a pencil.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever used to do that?
Yes, but I also heard that if you're chewing the paint off then that's bad for you to ingest the paint off the pencil.
I gnawed on tons of pencils as a kid. Maybe that's what
I did pens as well. What about hard plastic?
Pens, pencils. Well, why is it a bad habit?
That's a good question. Well, as Steve said, you probably don't want to be eating the paint. I'm sure it's not toxic, but
it will
can't
affect
be
the
good
enamel
for you.
on your teeth.
Will it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
That's why there's never gnawing pencils in the dentist bag that they gave you.
No,
after
the gnawing pencils are right next door in the other studio, Steve. You can Jackie Bam Bam's collection.
Yeah.
So many people chew gum, of course, which is softer but arguably more palatable than wood and avoids tongue splinters, of course. But previous research has shown chewing gum significantly increases brain activity, as the authors of a new study.
So chewing gum is actually good for your mental...
For your memory.
Huh.
Until tomorrow when they tell us gum is
right. It's horrible. It gives you lockjaw and it makes you impotent.
Right. So, okay. So I guess, is it the chewing motion.
It's the motion,
and
yes.
Maybe something that's being produced in the mouth.
So I'll explain. And by the way, the chewing that process is called mastication.
Yes,
believe it or not,
you'll go blind if you do it too much.
Yes. So getting the brain's blood supply pumping seems to improve a variety of cognitive functions.
Okay.
So curiously, clinical evidence also suggests people who find chewing a challenge also tend to have lower cognitive function and higher mental impairment.
So what percentages are we talking? Are we talking dramatic or?
It needs to be, I'll explain the test that they did. So this remains unclear, though, what specific metabolic changes associated with the cognition might occur following a boost in cerebral blood flow. And that's what's happening, Kathy. It's getting the blood moving up here.
You're working out your skull.
Yeah. So
that's why beavers are so smart.
So several metabolic processes produce harmful molecules known as reactive oxygen species, which can cause cumulative oxidative damage in the human brain. One of the brain's best defenses against oxidative stress is an antioxidant called glutathione, GSH, which holds many important jobs throughout the body, including protecting neurons from reactive oxygen species. So it's more than just getting the blood flowing. So it's creating this antioxidant of sorts.
Right, okay.
So 52, here was the study. 52 healthy university students, they took them, they divided them into two groups. One group of 27 subjects were given a paraffin wax gum to chew. A second group of 25 was asked to chew on a wooden medical tongue depressor.
Oh, God, that gives me chills on the spine.
You hate it. That's
I
like
hate
nails on a
that.
chalkboard.
Yeah.
for you.
So, like I told you, like if I'm having a popsicle, I got to make sure I don't chew into the wood because it sends like a lightning bolt down my spine.
So subjects chewed their assigned substance for 5 minutes while researchers used magnetic resonance spectroscopy to measure the glutathione levels in their anterior cingulate cortex. A key brain region for cognitive control before and after chewing. And all subjects also took a cognitive test before and after the activity. Chewing significantly boosted glutathione levels.
You got the bumper crop in this story.
I mean, that's the glutathione. Isn't that the...
toured with Cardi B last year.
No, that's what's being released when you take like Ozempic and stuff like that, I believe.
Oh, okay. All right.
No, Kathy, I think that's glutamides.
No.
Okay. Is it?
I think
you're thinking of Miracle Whip.
I don't know. Nick,
Hold on,
you
they
look?
call it GLP-1. Let's see what, hold on. Let's see what
this
it
is called GSH.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so it's
different.
It's
Okay.
different.
What's STF?
I know what ATM is.
I know what STF is.
What's STF? Oh,
STFU.
STFU, yes. And ATM is ass to mouth. Yeah,
which also increases cognitive ability.
I would think, right?
What did I just do?
Your mouth is working. Oh my God, what did I just do?
I'm much smarter, and I regret that more.
Definitely wake you up.
Wanted an ego.
Chewing significantly boosted glutathione levels in subjects' anterior cingulate cortices.
God, could you imagine if you were starring on a medical show and the way they have to reel off this stuff?
Well,
I had to. Yeah, there was. I was doing book narrations and manual narrations, voiceover work, and one of them was a medical, document of some type, and they had to hold my hand through the pronunciations of all that stuff.
I had one that I did for a satellite, a home. I think they were trying to compete against DirecTV, and it didn't work. But it was a satellite system, Preston, ultra tech stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was almost down to the point where they were taking every letter of every word because I couldn't pronounce this stuff.
I don't love the lady on Penn Medicine's, automated system. And I've said to like a few friends that work there, I'm like, see if you can get me in. I was like,
you want to do the voice?
My claim that I can do it is that I know how to say otolaryngology.
Otolaryngology.
I'm like, see, I can do it.
Very nice.
So anyhow, chewing significantly boosted glutathione levels in the subject's anterior cingulate cortices, especially in the wood chewing group compared with the gum chewing group.
So is there something equivalent to wood that would be safe to chew?
I am not buying this at all.
No?
I don't think that chewing wood is going to help anyone. with anything.
What about licking wood?
Well, the research says that it does.
Who did this research?
This
beavers.
Oh, Jesus, I don't know. It was a new study. No, they're they're accredited. I just don't have the information.
Right,
Listen, so I believe this because of what you said before. Blood circulation within your skull, with the jaw, everything moving around, increasing blood flow. It's always about the blood flow.
Well, and it's the glutathione.
And the glutathione.
So
you're going to have people chewing on wood later.
combined with results from the cognitive test, the rise in glutathione concentration correlated positively with memory function. In other words, those who chewed wood had larger glutathione boosts, and also they performed better on the tests.
When you first started dating, did you like when the wood was chewed?
Just ever so lightly. Just not a full chew.
I don't need you to be a genius.
But maybe a little nibble, a little gnaw, and that's about it. If done correctly,
yes,
it'll
increase your glutohypodome.
Like glutohypodome?
I don't know. I know that Mad Max fought in it once.
Okay.
Google says that, just to be devil's advocate here, chewing wood can
Irreversibly.
Yes, damage the enamel on your teeth.
Yes, so that's the downside of it. So you'll have not one tooth in your mouth, but you'll be a lot smarter.
You'll be way
You'll
smarter.
be so smart. You just won't be able to talk.
I
You have
didn't
no
get the
teeth.
answers. What is Shakespeare?
So if you're gnawing on a pencil today,
keep at it.
You're getting some good work done. So, by the way, can Dr. Mike call in anymore?
Yes, I was just
I'm
thinking
not
the same
asking
thing.
him to call in. But is that the hotline ring? He doesn't even have the hotline number anymore, does he?
The hotline number hasn't been moved over yet.
Okay.
So can people still call it?
No.
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 Okay.
So that stuff that's gone, man.
They gutted our phone system.
sucks.
We're looking at another couple weeks, but they're putting in one that they promise will produce moderately better results.
Yeah.
He knows how to get.
If we're lucky.
He knows how to get in contact with us, though.
Yes,
if he was
yeah.
listening, he'd text somebody and
Absolutely.
say, "Chewing on wood is ridiculous." You
That's
tell
right.
him,
He
Kathy.
would text us. Yes. Shut up.
Oh.
Okay. All right. We're going to do another story. We're going back to the Just Saying Institute. So, cancer patients in Tennessee and Mississippi are now getting the opportunity to see a hologram doctor. The West Cancer Center and Research Institute, which serves close to 20,000 patients a year across Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas, has put tech into place at two of its clinics to replace video calls with life-size holograms.
So it's doc in a box.
Of the doctors for consultations and office visits.
I kind of like this. They were showing off some of this holographic imagery in these systems that are actually becoming more and more affordable. They have one now, Preston, where the person is actually fully, like 6th scale in a display unit. But I think the notion to sit there and whatever it does to you, comfortability to interact with the doctor who appears to be real in front and is real, just the image is carrying across. I think that could help.
Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't hurt. I mean, is it fully necessary? Probably not, but it can, to some degree, help a little bit, I would think.
Now take your pants off.
In your relationship with the doctor. So the clinics are...
I'm going to stick my holographic finger in your butt.
The clinics...
You didn't feel a thing, did you?
Are using tech from Proto Hologram, a company that provides the systems used to create holograms at concerts, corporate conferences, and other live events, and has been used by the Jonas Brothers, Paris Hilton, Mr. Beast, and more.
Kathy, what about if Nick Jonas was your gynecologist?
Stop.
And you may start seeing this pop up in other clinics around the country. The company has now dropped the price of the system from about $65,000 to $29,000. So it's becoming a little bit more affordable, this tech.
Dr. Mike is the best by far, but if you were to have one rock star give you a rectal exam, who would it be?
One rock star?
Yeah.
Paul McCartney.
Paul McCartney.
Of course.
I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
What did you eat?
Or maybe Bono. I don't know. He could be a good one, too. So
Gonna go 2 knuckle thin. Take you up to my ring finger.
Oh, my God. We'll see if we get a hologram doctor from Bono. Maybe your doctor could just, since it's a hologram,
yes,
could appear as Bono if they wanted to.
Why not?
Or Elvis or something like that.
That's right, man.
Watch out. Got this big ring on.
We'll check your nutsack for tumors.
Hold on, here he is.
What? Oh, Dr. Mike, you're kidding me.
All he says is, I'm here.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Mike.
Thank
I feel better knowing that you're at least there.
He's a P1, as he would tell us. And obviously, when our phone system is back up and running, we'll be able to get Dr. Mike.
Oh, he texted me too.
Okay.
Anyone listening, if
he
you
says
guys,
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
If you do want to chime in, text Zoom to 39333. You get a link, and we put out daily links, and that's how you can connect with us.
All right. Very, very good. All right. I have something else I'd like to share with you, courtesy of the Just Saying Institute. This is a little bit weird and scary, but the CL1 is an innovative biological computer that combines living, cultured human brain cells with silicon hardware in an advanced computer case that also acts as a life support system for the cells.
So they've been flirting with this stuff for a while.
Correct.
I wonder, so the Neuralink system, the Elon Musk thing that they're finding is pretty productive. Is this associated with that?
Nope, not at all. Australian biotech company Cortical Labs recently made international news headlines by announcing what it calls the world's first code-deployable biological computer. The innovation behind the CL1 consists of placing brain nerve cells cultured from induced pluripotent stem cells, or IPSs, on a silicon chip. These cells respond to electrical signals, forming networks that process information similarly to a living brain.
So as you said, you have a biocomputer.
Yeah, these responses are recorded and analyzed by AI software, allowing it to learn faster than traditional artificial intelligence systems. Cortical Labs believes that integrating biological elements like neuron-based systems can improve efficiency in tasks that traditional AI struggles with, such as decision-making in unpredictable environments and situations. So they've been working on this for a while, like you said.
I like this. I know there's all sorts of horrific sci-fi ramifications, but as I've been embracing AI in all different forms for quite a while. But you start to see the shortcomings of AI in certain things. And I understand there's certain things that it is having trouble doing right now.
So to keep the brain cells viable, CL1 comes in a life support container.
Yeah.
That regulates a variety of elements, such as temperature and gas exchange.
Can you personalize it with stickers?
To work on a commercial version of his biological computer, which is scheduled to hit the market this year at a price of about $35,000.
How about that?
They believe that this is synthetic biological intelligence that could revolutionize the study of consciousness and potentially remove the need to rely on animal testing and imperfect mathematical models to study diseases and medicine.
So if you could eliminate animal testing, that'd be terrific.
It would be. The CL1 has been described as a sort of evolving organic computer capable of fast learning and flexibility superior to that of the traditional silicon-based AI chips used to train large-scale language models. Although its price can be prohibitive to small labs and research teams, Cortical Labs is currently working on a significantly more affordable cloud-based system that can be accessed from anywhere in the world.
For $35,000, you could have something state-of-the-art that will hold you hostage in your own home.
Yeah, right. So as you can imagine, the use of human neurons in computing raises serious ethical questions. And while Cortical Labs has clarified that the neurons used are lab-grown and lack consciousness, the company also acknowledged the need for guidelines to address moral and regulatory concerns. That's wild, man.
It's
just.
I mean, it is amazing.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how far off from real stuff we are that we have fantasized about for a long time. You know
Honestly, if we can finally get to a good instant coffee, I'll be happy.
You'll be happy with it? Yeah, one that passes muster. All right, here's another one. We'll move on to something a little less technical. And there's research that suggests that the more people try to pursue happiness, the less content they really are. So trying to be happy is making you miserable.
Do you know they say will ultimately make you the happiest?
What?
Chewing wood.
I could see that, though. Like, if you're searching for it, you're not ever really going to find it.
Because you're setting up expectations.
Yeah.
I think you need to set in place things that can foster happiness without, I'm going to be happy.
Yeah, something that genuinely makes you happy.
Right.
That's what you need.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Though I do use creative visualization and I use different techniques to foster happiness. I'm a
Are
general.
you talking about a spank bank?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I thought.
Yeah. Let's look at the calluses on my left hand.
Going
I
into
look
a
like a
real
lumberjack on the left side of my body. No, yeah, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? You do things to make yourself happy, but I think a lot of times what this maybe does is set up expectations that if you don't meet will make you depressed.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
That makes total sense.
Is my wood chopping mouth?
Nope. I totally get it. So for the study, a team of researchers from the University of Toronto surveyed hundreds of people and had them do a series of group tasks. And while participants had to do things like eat chocolate and complete mental challenges, the researchers found that those hyper-focused on improving their mood tended to give in to their impulses more often and quit more.
Oh.
So why does trying to be happy make us unhappy? Study authors suggest that it could be that constantly seeking happiness depletes mental resources, especially willpower and self-control.
Yeah, so the eating the chocolate part, I was just thinking about my first sip of coffee every morning. Like I genuinely get happy.
Yes.
When I take my first sip.
Right. No, I agree. I'm the same way. As a result, we're more vulnerable to temptation and to making the kind of choices that make us less happy. Researchers say that it could be a result of being tired and stressed from the mental exertion and pressure of seeking happiness.
Now, this all falls into, expectations you place on yourself.
Yeah.
I think, and yet there's a thin line between, doing the work to improve the quality of your life and also the pitfalls that come along with it. Boy, I'm sounding pretty good today.
So the study author, Sam Maglio, said the pursuit of happiness is a bit like a snowball effect. You decide to try making yourself feel happier, but then that effort depletes your ability to do the kinds of things that make you happier.
Like masticating.
So he offers some advice for actually boosting happiness that sounds contradictory. He said, just chill.
Yeah.
Don't try to be super happy all the time.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to get more stuff you want, look at what you already have and just accept it as something that gives you happiness.
Put together a list of people you'd like to kill.
It's funny. I go back to the same things that make me happy all the time.
Which are?
Playing the drums, playing golf.
Yeah.
I mean, these escape things.
Right.
These kind of things.
This kind of thing like this, playing the golf and being at the home and getting in the hot tub.
The distractions that I use are things that I legitimately enjoy. Playing a video game, stuff like that. But I just have a handful of them, and I keep going back to them.
Would you consider yourself, in general, a happy person?
Yes.
Ratio-wise, if you're going to get down to a ratio.
Oh, God. Like, how often am I happy versus...
Out of 100%, how much of your existence is spent happy?
Wow.
Let's do it on the Debbie Downer to Peter Meerhofer scale.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Debbie Downer being a absolute 0 and Peter being a 100.
I'll never be a Peter,
Right.
which would be just the dream. But I don't know. It's hard to say because as of late, I've been in a funk. I've had some things in my personal life happening that are difficult to navigate right now. I've been doing a good job at hiding it, but
time of year does not help.
Oh my God, just coming out of winter,
I'll tell you what, man,
it's going to start getting better.
While you're thinking of that, Preston, tomorrow makes me happy. Spring training every year, having this on the calendar, and then literally there are moments where tomorrow you'll feel the sunshine on your shoulders. You'll see the ball players come out on the field. Like, to me, that is transition from winter to spring. It makes me genuinely happy.
I'd say overall, Steve, generally 70-30, something like that.
That's kind of where I would say.
Yeah.
And I'm a pretty optimistic, happy guy.
Yeah.
I think that seems about Nick. You've been open about dealing with some depression issues. Where do you fall? Would you say?
How much time do we have, Steve?
I know. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, look, being depressed and feeling being depressed and clinical depression are two different things.
Right.
So sadness and depression are not the same. There are plenty of times where I'm sad but not clinically depressed. There are times where I'll go through an anxiety, clinical anxiety, and not actually feel anxious. That's a long-ass answer to your question.
No, I get you.
It probably a little less than you, probably more like 60-40. But,
right.
I also know what my triggers for happiness are. So, and like I just said, like tomorrow is one. Even Coco's, like we did that last year. Seeing listeners and smiles on their faces, that makes me really happy. Like walking around the ballpark tomorrow, I'll be in a good mood.
And by the way, I put content and happy in the same category.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Content is just fine with me.
Yeah.
Well, and
I'm good.
People seek happiness when what they really are looking for is contentment.
Okay, yes. As opposed to joy.
Right.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
If you can find a mid-level of contentment for the rest of your life, you're in a great place. Moments of happiness are usually moments, and they are fleeting. Contentment is something that you can strive for a more permanent state.
All right. Well, I like that.
Kathy, you're generally happy?
Screw all of you. I'm not happy 100% of the time. No.
Okay. You need to chew some wood, man.
No, I think I try to be like on the lighter side. Like there's definitely heavy stuff, but I don't think I've ever been a person to like let it completely affect my overall life. So I'll have pockets of things that are not great, but I try to keep the good things.
Not dwell on the bad.
Yeah.
How about you, Marissa?
I too have been going through some things recently, and we haven't talked about this at all. Nick, you mentioned seeing listeners, and I don't want to get too deep into this, but I love seeing listeners. I love talking to people. I love listening to their stories about how we are incorporated in their lives. I recently had a very uncomfortable encounter with a listener at an appearance. We were just out at a bar and it was very uncomfortable, and it has ruined that for me in a really bad way. And there's so many good people, but sometimes there's just like one or two people that make you just anxious, like super duper anxious. So I actually am glad I had this chance to say, like, if I have been weird to you in the past couple of months, it's because something happened and I'm just kind of like on high alert. But overall, I love you guys.
There you go.
Sorry, I love you.
By the way,
I'll give you hugs in a couple months.
By the
Once
way,
I'm over it.
Keep your hands off Marissa.
Yeah.
All right?
Thank you.
That's what you got to do. You got to keep your hands.
That's Preston's job.
Don't touch people.
All right. So, question, Marissa.
Yeah.
7:43. We're doing Fox Good Day. Should we break now, or do we have time for one more quickie?
We have time for one more quickie,
Or do we do
and
that?
then yes or no on that.
Well, is that available now?
It is available.
Then we should do that now.
All right, let's do that.
Because I'll skip whatever it is I have. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever
Wow.
on the Preston and Steve show. Hold on, we need his. It's on the Acacia Gone page. It should be right down here, I think. Yeah, here it is. I got it right there.
Yeah.
Via Zoom for the first time ever from Fox 29, which we're going to go live on in just a moment. And Penn Medicine, Dr. Mike Cerny is joining us. Good morning, Dr. Mike.
Oh my God! Technology, I love it.
You look great. You're just in front of a plastic vivisected body.
Yeah.
It looks great.
No, that's a patient. He waited too long.
That is, son of a bitch. You got to get more help there, Mike.
Yeah, I know. He spills his guts for me once in a while.
There we go.
Yeah.
Are you in your office? Is this in your office right now?
I'm here. I'm in the war room.
Well, you have a top flight setup because you check in with Fox 29 all the time. So your game has to be good.
Well, and I have an A4 Skyhawk in that picture there, Steve.
yes, absolutely. We're setting. Mike and I are setting up our squadron, so we're going to be the new Baba Black Sheep.
I see an F-18 Hornet right behind him in a picture, in a photo right there.
So can we talk about chewing wood? Like, what the heck? What are you talking about?
So that's what the study says.
See, Dr. Mike, we align sometimes.
You're we align more than you think, baby. Come on. You and I are on the same wavelength. Listen, chewing wood, you got to be kidding me. You get splinters. You'll be in here with me pulling things out of your tongue.
Right.
Forget it.
Well, they're not saying to go grab a branch off a tree and start chewing on it. It was a tongue depressor.
No, and
depressors. I have a bunch of them. I never chewed one of them.
You never chew on?
It apparently increases the antioxidant glutathione. Yes.
Glutathione. Yes.
Are there other ways, Dr. Mike, to increase that besides chewing wood?
Well, look, of all the choices of ways to improve my memory, chewing wood is at the bottom of it.
Okay.
All right? I mean, what the heck are you talking about? Come on, man. Now you don't want to chew wood. I mean, my dog chews wood, and I worry about it.
Okay.
There's chemicals and all kinds of things, and the splinters get caught in your throat. Forget it.
Okay.
What you need to do is for memory, because we talk a lot about dementia and how to prevent it. One of the things is to exercise, get plenty of rest. Now, you all are shift workers, and you're at risk. You need to make sure you get plenty of sleep. so that does not lead to increased risk of dementia.
So
and memory.
our sleep patterns are going to be irregular no matter what. It's the nature of the beast. But what about things that are, it's a big industry now, Prevagen and other memory supplements and things of those, things of this kind of nature. What do they have any validity? Is there any merit to them at all?
Well, the Prevagen, there is some proprietary studies that were done, and it's marketed heavily. Look, the bottom line is this. If you want to improve the quality of your brain, you need to exercise. You need to limit your alcohol. You should not smoke. You need to use it or lose it. So that means you need to really, really exercise your brain every day and make sure, people talk about crossword puzzles and things like that, but it really is important. One of the things that I've noticed, people that retire, all of a sudden they're sitting home watching Jerry Springer reruns and their memory starts to get shot because they're not using their brain. So you've got to keep doing that. Those are the tricks, and eat healthy, less highly processed foods,
and more wood.
Make sure you eat a lot of. Speaking of antioxidants,
Actually, Dr. Mike, we literally have to break right now. I apologize, but we have to go on your TV station. We got to go on Fox 29, so we got to take a break. I'm sorry to jump in here.
The heck with that.
But I'm glad we have this Zoom. I'm glad we have the Zoom connection now. So we'll do this again. Okay.
We're gonna send some wood over for lunch.
Yeah.
I love you all.
We love you, Dr. Mike. All right. Yeah. We do have to wrap up the segment with the Just Saying Institute right now, friends, because like I said, when we return, Fox Good Day. So we'll do that very thing. Stay put. B-File on the way too.
Why are you acting like that? He's like, I usually put my penis somewhere on you. That's great.
Was it being marketed as Brad Williams? Or?
No,
I'm sure not. Yeah.
No, it was marketed as like a midget sex toy. Like this is how you could bang a dwarf. And
What
I'm
a
just
world!
Like,
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm
What
just
a
like,
world.
wow. So yeah, I had to get my legal team involved in that.
Brad, what were they going for? Do you know? I'm just curious.
It was like $125. It was like an expensive sex toy.
Wow.
I once was asked to play in a charity golf tournament, and I thought, absolutely great. I'll go play in the charity golf tournament, and I do. And they had these golf carts that had the names of all the celebrities on the golf carts. So I'm walking, and it's like it's Vol was in it, and like some guy from Greece, not John Travolta, so who the hell cares? And then I see my golf cart. It says Wee Man on the golf cart.
No way.
Yeah, it says Wee Man on the golf cart, and at first I was pissed, and then the group I was playing with start walking towards me, going, "Oh, we're so glad we got Wee Man. All our friends got lame celebrities. We got Wee Man." I'm like, "Oh God, now I got it."
Yep.
Now I can't be like, you actually did get a lame celebrity. So I faked it. I faked being Wee Man because I thought, these guys are giving a lot of money to charity.
Sure.
Let's make sure they have a good time. So like I faked it. I started saying I was Wee Man. Then we get to this hole that's sponsored by Hooters, because if you play in these charity golf tournaments, there's all the holes that are sponsored by different restaurants, corporations, whatever. So the hole is sponsored by Hooters. It's a bunch of girls. They're the Hooters girls. They have the wings and beer and stuff. And we walk up, and this Hooters waitress sees me and goes, "That's not Wee Man."
Wow.
And I'm like, wait, what? No, I'm Wee Man. Like, yeah, because now this has gone down to like 12, 14 holes. Like, I can't just suddenly turn around. So I'm like, no, what are you talking about? I'm Wee Man. And she goes, no, that's not Wee Man. I had sex with Wee Man.
Oh, God.
You are not Wee Man. And I'm like, what? So I run up to her.
Oh, my God.
I grab her by the wrist, and I kind of explain to her the situation. And I'm like, hey, I know I'm not Wee Man. These guys are doing it for charity. Think I am. The freaking charity thought I was.
Yeah.
Like, so it's on them. This is not me trying to do this. Just play along. And I peeled her off like $40, because when you give $40 to a Hooters waitress, they'll do anything. So
did she immediately, was she receptive to it, or did you have to work her?
She immediately flipped around and was like, oh, okay, totally get it. And then she's like, never mind, I was wrong, Wee Man. And I thought, kudos to her.
Yeah.
Because she's, first of all, She blatantly just yelled out in front of a group of strangers, "I had sex with a midget." And then a few minutes later says that to the same strangers, "I had sex with a midget and forgot which midget it was." So that's kudos to her.
Yeah, that's worth $40.
That's worth $40 just for that moment. But then,
oh my God,
here's the best part.
All right,
it's not done. Here's the best part. I like, so now the problem is solved, and now the guys are like all teeing off, and I go to the back and I kind of go to her and go, "Hey, so you had sex with a wee man?" And she goes, "Yeah, I had sex with a wee man." And she goes, "Here, he came in the restaurant. He chatted me up, and it was good. I recognized him, and then we had a little fun." And then she goes, "Here, I'll show you a picture." And she busts out the picture, and she shows me the picture, and I look at the picture, and I go, "That's my dwarf friend Sean."
Oh, yes! That's not Wee Man.
That's not
She
Wee
did
Man.
not have sex with Wee Man. She had sex with Sean.
I like Kevin Costner, so I'm sticking to it. You know what he's doing? He does the voice of the dog in The Art of Racing in the Rain, that new movie coming out.
The Art of Racing in the Rain. What's that about?
So it's one of these endless series of stories like a dog's purpose of dogs. I'm a sucker for all of them, but this is another. You're hearing the dog's thoughts. Right. And Milo Ventimiglia, and who is the girl from Mean Girls?
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I love her to death.
Amanda Seyfried. Amanda Seyfried.
Yeah.
And so it's actually my wife's favorite book, but I kept seeing the commercial. I'm like, I know that voice. It's Kevin Costner.
Cool.
I would love to see what they're actually thinking.
Why don't you lick her butt? Go ahead.
Never mind.
No, you'd love to see what? Is it about the dog thing?
Yeah.
All right, what?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Just
It's the
move on.
story of a dog and his thoughts.
Lick her butt. Go ahead, lick it. You love it.
I lick mine. I love that.
Hey, where do you want to go for dinner, buddy? Doesn't matter. I eat frozen turds. So when are you going to lick her ass?
Get off that!
Lick her butt already.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Hey, buddy.
All right.
I love you, man. I know you're getting up there in years. Yeah. Did you lick her butt yet? Because that's really a lot of what dogs think about.
That's what they do. They love it. Yeah.
Hey, I just ate some tampons.
Oh, my God. Dude, we eventually... So
I know.
It's finally stopped in our house. We finally got a trash can with a little closing lid on the top of it.
Right.
They're predators.
For the bathroom.
If they're a rabbit behind pieces in your yard,
yeah, exactly.
A tampon's like a buffet.
Oh, my cats can get into those trash cans.
Oh, really?
I have to put the heavy tissue box holder on top of the trash can with the lid.
No kidding. Okay.
Pets are so fun and
Aren't
cute.
they? Aren't they adorable?
They're eating your tampons.
Yeah, they rip animals apart in the backyard.
Buddy, is your paw hurt? Yeah, it doesn't feel too good. Did you lick her butt yet?
I have a question for you, Steve.
Lay it on me.
Should I get into the Bachelorette stuff here in a little bit, or we can?
We did it as a separate segment.
We can parse it out here if you want. All right, so Jed popped the question.
All right.
We got the clip here.
Now this is the dummy who is a up and coming musician, and to this point, the only thing he's sold is a dog food jingle.
Hey, that's an accomplishment. That's
it's not even a good dog food jingle.
I would love to see throughout the series when he's talking to the camera and saying, I'm really just looking to find someone that I can fall in love with and all this. And at the end of this going, well, I really did this for my career because I figured it would boost my visibility a little bit.
Right.
That's really what I was doing.
But if you're trying to paint yourself as sort of an emotional, in-touch singer-songwriter, and this is the way you treat this girl, it's not going to really work for you.
Oh, we have his jingle. Marissa just sent over his dog food jingle.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Rain or shine, kind of love like nothing you've seen before.
no.
This is for dog food?
It's for dog food.
Okay.
And the dog is waiting.
The dog's what?
The dog's waiting for the master to come home.
Okay.
And it's a high-quality dog food.
Okay. Is the dog wearing something sexy?
Sexy, lingerie, yeah. And it has a dildo in one paw.
Okay.
The dog really does deserve the best. So go pick him up some better balls.
And the thing, it's metaphor. Okay, so here's the deal. And his reason for doing the commercial is real, because this is the food that he's been eating at home himself, because the career's not going well. Man, I love this stuff. You put it on some bread, it's delicious.
And then the last birthday today, Our favorite butthole, Hope Solo.
Hope Solo's butthole.
Hope Solo, the goaltender for the women's U.S. Soccer team. And then we found out there was a Twitter account called Hope Solo's Butthole because she had posted naked pictures of herself, and apparently you could see that particular part of her body, and somebody took upon that name, and we just thought it was funny.
Our favorite Twitter account. That and Bill Weston's hair.
Do you remember she had, there was some controversy of her being abusive, I think it was?
Yes.
To checker action, the twist. You know, we put that out in October of 1961.
Wow.
And Preston, you know the family pretty well, huh?
Chubby son Shan and I actually go back to when we were little kids. We met on a chance vacation that my family was taking to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and Chubby was playing at the hotel that we were at, and I was probably like 9 or 10 years old, and I ran into Shan on the beach, and we hit it off, and we still chat from time to time to this day.
Yeah,
that's cool.
So we got to get his dad into the Hall of Fame.
Yes,
and I guess it's up to us, the viewers and listeners, to vote.
Yeah, so they have a fan vote system on through the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and yes, absolutely, without question, he is one of the overlooked people. They've been trying for a long, long time. Nobody's getting any younger, folks. Let's get Chubby in the Hall of Fame now, so he can enjoy this wonderful, this great tribute which he so richly deserves.
It has to be because when they pass and they're awarded posthumously, it's like, he would be thrilled to get that honor while he's here, obviously.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. You want to give people their flowers where they can enjoy them and smell them.
Exactly.
Totally. Yeah.
So what is it? Rockhall.com? I think that's what it is.
I think that's
it's
what
really
it
easy
is.
to vote.
Yeah,
so
you can do a quick search on it,
get
Rock and
that
Roll Hall
done.
of Fame fan vote, and you'll get it, no problem.
I think we can get this done.
Yeah.
So absolutely.
Real quick, personal question before we let you go here. Do you have separate bathrooms, Steve?
Yes.
For you and your wife?
Yes. It's the greatest thing in the world.
Why?
Well, because I like the things the way I liked. For example, I use the sink and the toilet in an inverse situation. No, I'm kidding. I like. Listen, Claire likes. She likes the bathroom the way she likes it, and I like the bathroom the way I like it. And then I don't know, for whatever it is, for whatever the things that divide us, that's one of them. And I like having my own bathroom.
Okay, Preston?
I do not have that situation. I am in favor of that situation. I think it'd be great. The one thing that is okay with the fact that we share the same bathroom is the fact that our schedules are completely different. The morning schedules specifically is where things can get a tad bit messy, I think, where people are trying to jockey for position and so on. So it's not too bad, but in a perfect world, I'd love to have my own bathroom.
Anytime I've been in a relationship, I have never pooped in a bathroom when that person's in there.
Right. No, that is the to me. I don't.
Wild to me.
People talk about it. Oh, it's so. Oh, it's you relax. You're with the person you love. No. I don't want to. I don't want to be seen doing that, and I don't want to see Claire, who I love more than anything in the world, doing that. Listen, in matters of sickness, yes, you can intercede and do what you need to do. But as a casual, no.
Yeah, there are some things you need to keep personal.
Keep it private.
I agree.
Well, this explains then why your relationships never last that long. So you don't have to worry about it.
Damn.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, now.
Well, it's my choice. And listen, I didn't mean that I'm just, we're learning more.
Well, Mike, I have to ask, have you ever seen Alex poop? We might as well ask.
Oh, my God. This went in a direction.
Oh, my goodness. It really did. Oh, look at the time.
I've only seen it on our OnlyFans page.
Well, I just want to know how long the relationship will last.
Now we're really going crazy.
It's a very dainty experience.
I'm sure it's like watching a rabbit.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Just pellet.
Well, that was fun.
Was it?
That was fun. Oh, my God. All right. Well, we dove right into that, so we now have time to get to traffic. Let's take a look at that. Kath, what's going on this morning, please?
We now have a Tacony-Palmyra drawbridge opening. Burlington-Bristol Bridge opened a little earlier. The southbound ship now at the Tacony-Palmyra Bridge traveling through. 95 southbound jams from Cottman to Allegheny. The Vine westbound heavy the length. Schuylkill eastbound slows 202 into Conshohocken. The accident that was there now cleared. Jams the Boulevard to the Vine. Westbound jams Passyunk to the Vine. The Boulevard out to Gladwin. Route 1 northbound in Lawrence Township between Quaker Bridge Road and Meadow Road. We have some volume here. There was an accident. It's now cleared. 42 north slows Blackwood Clementon Road to 55. 55 northbound slowing from 47 to 42. And then in Medford Township, Burlington County, Main Street closed between Union Street and Branch Street. That's until 9 o'clock this evening for construction. This traffic report brought to you by AAA Car Care. Come into your local AAA Car Care Center and save $40 on any repair of $150 or more. Offer valid through March 31st. Details at AAA.com/mycar. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
When we do the Fox Good Day hit, we see a delayed version of it here on our monitor, and I was just watching. Have you seen Alex's hair lately?
Yeah, it looks great.
Digging that.
It looks great.
Really big, long curls.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
looks fantastic. So just saw that for the first time. Hey, I'd like to give you a heads up because after we get the bizarre file done, and then we take a break, and then when we return to the next segment, we have a little secret, a little thing that's going to happen.
So it was not Mike. Dr. Mike Sirigliano was not the surprise.
No,
Okay, all right.
no. This is a totally different surprise.
All right.
The Mike thing happened spontaneously.
Yeah.
But there's a little surprise that only me and Marissa know about. That the rest of you have no idea. So
I'm excited.
I'm looking forward to see how this rolls out. But let's get to the bizarre file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Monster Mania 62. Coming March 14th through the 16th at the Doubletree by Hilton in Cherry Hill. You can meet Chris Jericho, Eli Roth, Danielle Harris, and a bunch more. And tickets are on sale now at monstermania.net. All right, listen to this story. There was a person wearing a mask made out of a paper plate and construction paper and tape and identified themselves as the Box Demon.
The Box Demon.
Before leaving an empty package outside of a York County home this week, according to police. So this took place in Pennsylvania. The incident happened at 4:22 a.m. on Tuesday. A Ring doorbell video showed the masked figure placing a box near the home's front door, raising their arms and tap the camera and say, "I am the Box Demon," twice while tilting their head and looking at the camera. And it's kind of terrifying.
Remember that movie, the Strangers? You know, or even like the Purge.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, kind of this sort of thing going on.
That's a little bit what it looks like.
I mean, in and of itself, I don't find boxes very demonic, but okay.
The front of the mask had what appeared to be colored pencil drawings of eyes and a mouth, while pieces of colorful construction paper that looked like flower petals were taped to the outside of the plate. It's
kind of delightful.
The person seemingly said something about a gift, but the video provided by police did not include the entire encounter. After leaving the empty box, the masked person walked away from the home, police said. Anyone with information who can identify the masked person is asked to call the Northern York County Regional Police Department.
Would there have been anything illegal about this?
I don't think so, other than scaring someone.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if technically you could hit him with some type of a trespassing, charge.
Do
or
you
not.
have to be licensed to be a box demon?
Maybe you do. Maybe
Yeah.
there's a statute in there we're not aware
You're
of.
not legit, dude.
All right, how about this adorable story? A 4-year-old boy from Wisconsin was left unimpressed after his mom devoured his treasured dessert. And according to a Facebook post from the Village of Mount Pleasant Police Department, a boy called 911 on March 4th after his mother ate his ice cream. And in audio, the child can be heard expressing his frustration over his mom's actions before she spoke to the dispatcher. So the 911 operator says, "What's the address of the emergency?" And then the boy goes, "My mommy's being bad." Okay, what's going on? "Come and get my mommy." All right, what's going on? And then the child yelled again, "Come and get my mommy." And then you hear the mom pick up the phone, or the dispatcher goes, "Hey, what's going on there?" As an adult gets on the phone and says, "Oh, this little one's got the phone. He's 4. And so we're trying to catch him because he said he was going to call 911. And you can hear him in the background. He goes, "No, I called the police and I just told her to come and get my mommy. And I told her to put her in jail. So leave me alone." The child's mother then says, I ate his ice cream. So that's probably why he's calling 911. So Officer Gardnier and Officer Ostergaard were dispatched.
Yeah.
And they said the boy was calling 911 and the mom needed to go to jail. They added, when officers arrived, he said his mom ate his ice cream and needed to go to jail for it. He told them he no longer wanted her to go to jail and just wanted some ice cream. The department then revealed that officers surprised the boy with some ice cream a day after his call, and they shared a photo of that moment. So they helped him out.
And she has a meth lab in the basement. Anytime you call 911, they're bound to respond.
They have to check that out.
Yeah.
For sure. So they ended up sending police just in case. You never know. It could have been
a meth lab in the basement.
Well, it could have been an abuse case. So who knows? All right, Dr. Giovanni Baula, a 59-year-old internist from Florida, has entered a pretrial intervention agreement after he admitted to vandalizing a rival medical practice with piss.
With piss?
Yes. The incidents occurred last year following a business dispute with Dr.
I'll use piss.
With Dr. Dylan Dinesh, who had bought Baula's practice in 2022. Surveillance footage captured Baula dousing Dinesh's St. Petersburg office doors with a foul-smelling liquid on 2 occasions, causing significant damage. As part of the agreement, Baula will pay $7,500 in restitution, perform 20 hours of community service, undergo psychological evaluation and treatment, and write letters of apology to the victims.
So is he just pouring piss out of a container?
I guess.
Balloons filled with piss?
I didn't see how much he had, so I would imagine maybe he took some specimens and used those, but the medical license is still active, pending review by the Board of Medicine. All right, this story is in Ennis, Texas. A man died and 3 of his family members were injured when their RV flipped over several times at the Texas Motorplex during strong thunderstorms that caused widespread damage in the area.
We're talking an RV?
Yeah, so no tornado, but strong enough wind. It was on Saturday. Winds up to 90 miles per hour ripped the roof off of a Days Inn, damaged homes, and toppled at least 7 semi-tractor trailer trucks. And the strong storms also knocked out power to nearly 20,000 people. The 42-year-old man who died was T.J. Bailey. His wife and 2 sons were inside the RV that rolled over at the racetrack. His family members were treated at the hospital for non-life-threatening injuries, and the boys were released, but their mother remained under observation in the hospital on Sunday. That is a freak accident.
Yeah, Texas has some ripping weather, man.
One last story, and then we'll move along. A New York resident making s'mores in their backyard is suspected of accidentally igniting a series of wildfires over the weekend that swept through hundreds of acres of the Pine Barrens of Long Island, authorities said. Police Commissioner Kevin Catalina said that the operating theory is a wildfire started Saturday when a resident used cardboard to start a fire to make s'mores.
Did you like your s'mores?
The individual making s'mores, he said, was unable to get the fire lit due to the winds, but they used cardboard to initially light that fire. The person subsequently discovers the fire does ignite in the backyard area and all goes up on fire. The investigators believe that embers blew about 1/8 of a mile southeast of the s'mores fire and started a second blaze just before 1 p.m. In Suffolk County, and northwest winds of up to 45 miles an hour quickly spread embers, igniting the fire in Eastport and another fire in a publicly protected Pine Barrens region of West Hampton.
Side note, I didn't know until just now that Long Island had Pine Barrens.
Oh yeah,
I didn't either.
Very. Listen, they're. I don't think they're as big as Jersey's, but we would go out there all the time. So on the way out to Montauk or the Hamptons, you would drive through a great long distance of Pine Barrens.
All of those fires are in a direct line with the strong northwest wind that was blowing that day. And it's believed that the embers from each fire traveled and continuously started more fires. So it was somebody making s'mores. Wow.
The difference with those Pine Barrens, Nick, is on one side you have the Long Island Sound, and on the other side you have the ocean.
Oh, wow.
So it's only going to go so far.
By the way, I know fire's bad either way, but I'll take the s'mores over the gender reveal parties.
Yeah, at least
day.
there's at least
starting huge fires.
S'mores taste good.
Yeah. Real quick, if you guys don't mind, 2 butt plugs and a shout out.
Absolutely.
This one says, hey guys, had to reach out to you because last year's Tunnel to Towers Boyertown 5K shout out was epic. You guys seriously made a huge impact, and I can't thank you enough. So they're doing it again.
Okay.
Wanted us to mention
it's a great charity.
Round 2 for the Kick-Ass event happening Saturday, June 7th at Boyertown Community Park. near the Colebrookdale Railroad.
Oh.
It says Kathy.
Kathy, we love it.
Colebrookdale Railroad, Kathy. This run supports our military and first responders through the Tunnel of Towers Foundation, helping families of fallen heroes by paying off mortgages for families of fallen first responders, military members, building smart homes, getting homeless veterans back on their feet. They said, this is from Becca. She said, you're the best damn radio broadcast in Philly, and your support last year was a game changer. So let's do it again. Can we get a quick shout out on air to help spread the word? Let me know what you need. And I sent the Nick, you were
I got it,
on
yeah.
that. All right. So thank you to Becca Ellis, who is the race director. There is your butt plug. And then another one. Speaking of fires, this was from Christina Tomaso, who says, I want to tell you about my sister Terry and the devastating fire in her home on Friday. She's a school teacher at Riverside High School in New Jersey. She came home from school on Friday, dropped her purse, phone, keys in her kitchen, took her pup Daisy for a walk. She was only gone for about 10 minutes. She returned, opened her front door, and was engulfed in flames.
Wow.
Luckily, her only injury was burns on her lips. Ow. She did, however, lose her cat, Minnie, who was laying upstairs in her bed sleeping. She said she lost everything. House has been declared total loss. She only had the clothes on her back and her dog, her phone, purse, keys, car keys, all in the kitchen where the fire started, so they were unable to be found. And she said Terry, Miss Kronberger, as her students call her, is a special ed teacher, Riverside High School teacher. She does home instruction for medically fragile students who can't attend school in person. In addition, she does respite care for developmentally disabled youth. We found out Wednesday that the allowance she'll receive of the housing from the insurance company will not be enough since it will take 8 to 12 months to rebuild her home.
Wow.
And I was hoping you could share Terry's story and her GoFundMe page, as those funds will help make a difference. She will need to recover her housing. So she said, thank you for making me laugh every morning, Gadzuk says, from Christina Tomaso. So Nick has this posted if you would like to help out on PrestonandSteve.com and the community page. So if you're in and around that community, if you happen to know Terry or you just want to lend a helping hand, you can certainly jump onto our website at PrestonandSteve.com, click on the community page, and then go help her out. We would appreciate it. And then the last thing is a shout out. It says, hey, Preston, I realize the possibility of you reading this on my birthday, which is the 13th, is very slim since the show will be in Clearwater for the Phil, so I hope you can get this to you beforehand. It says here, this is from, as I said, my birthday is on Thursday, and as a gift to myself, I want to give a shout out to the YouTube crew. Whenever I'm able to jump in, I watch the show and talk to those crazy MFers, and meeting them at last year's Camp Out for Hunger was a great time. Hopefully we can do it again this year. By the way, I was the guy with the battle jacket with the spikes on it.
Yeah.
Thanks for reading my email. And this is from Thrasher Da Bull, a.k.a. your favorite furry's favorite furry. So here's a shout out to you. And YouTube, if you wouldn't mind, Steve, for the company. So thank you, Ron. We appreciate that, and happy birthday to you, buddy. All right, we'll take a break, and then we'll reveal what this little surprise is. It's a short thing. It'll be quick, and then we'll move on to something else. And Paul Mecurio is going to be on the program, too, so we'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Ex-boyfriend.
Yeah.
A family member, too, right?
Yeah, something along those lines.
She beat the hell out of like a niece or nephew or something?
I've forgotten, but...
she was arrested in 2014, charged with 2 misdemeanor accounts of assault and in the 4th degree.
Wow. Lest I remind you that her butthole has never been arrested.
Not once.
Yeah.
How old is she?
I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We're going to have to arrest your butthole.
Why? How do you cuff them?
Wait a second. I'm just collateral damage. I didn't do anything.
We're taking this butthole downtown.
Why does anybody talk to me about it?
This is not right. Get my lawyer. What, do you just expect me to pucker up and go along?
Right,
sorry, Mr. Butthole.
Oh, yeah.
Mister.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Hope Solo and her butthole.
You guys are just being wacky.
They both turned 38 today.
They're both 38. He's one of the co-creators of the band Mr. Big. Is one of the biggest, most badass guitarists in the world, in my humble opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the program, Mr. Paul Gilbert. I want to explain to some people who may not know the name Paul Gilbert. You have a lot of fans. Most guitarists would know who you are.
Everybody who knows me knows me.
Yeah, exactly, right?
100% of those
But I've only had one. I was only famous for 2 weeks in 1992. So,
So, Paul, when I do meet people and we're talking music and I'll say, well, one of my favorite guitarists is this guy, Paul Gilbert. If they're a guitarist, they'll know exactly who I'm talking about. Some people don't, and I have to explain. Okay, so, he was in this band, Mr. Big. Before that, there was this band called Racer X. You may or may not know. Metal, real intense, shredding, crazy, really technical, awesome music. But then I try to explain your solo career as well.
Good luck.
And that's so it's hard to quantify it, because there's elements of blues and jazz and metal and all this stuff. What's a good way to describe your music?
Well, it's still evolving, and the discovery I made was that I really always wanted to be not a guitar player, but a lead singer. Because when I was a kid, those were the records I had. My parents had the Beatles records and Stones and bands that had lead vocalists. And I liked Led Zeppelin because Robert Plant had a great voice. Now, I didn't have a particularly great voice, and that didn't stop me from trying.
Right.
But it also didn't stop me from kind of not doing as well as I would have liked to as a lead singer. So the discovery that I made on this new album, Behold Electric Guitar, is that I can actually play the vocal line on the guitar. So, take it like a really challenging vocal, like, the "Hey, Mama said the way you move," which, with my little falsetto is not so great.
Right.
But, you play it on guitar. And suddenly, those notes are there. And it's just, it's my responsibility to get them right, but at least I can hit them.
Well, I was mentioning to you the song Let That Battery Die, which is on the new album, and that is exactly what I thought. I'm like, it sounds like someone singing.
Yeah, well, that's how I wrote the tunes, was that I would have a lyric, and, the initial lyrics for that were like, what was it? My battery is low, but my mind is high. And again, I'm squeaking it out.
Yeah.
But with the guitar, I can get a lot of control and a nice tone. And so, for the first time in my life, I'm actually able to connect my inner melodic generator with an instrument that functions.
Can you give us a little of the Rocky you were playing before, the Rocky theme?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
YouTube thing you mentioned is amazing. I grew up with albums, so I never expected to communicate with the world that way. And I do have to mention one. If you're in YouTube, there's one where I was doing a clinic and I had this little loop pedal, and I decided to put like the most scary, frightening shred lick that I could ever do inside the loop pedal. So I just pressed the button and it goes. Yeah. And I would pretend to play with my teeth, and then I would press that button, and the whole audience was like, "Oh my God!" and so of course he's
playing with his teeth.
Yeah, he was playing sweep picking with his teeth. How did he do that? And it was a guitar clinic, so everybody raised their hands and goes like, "How did you do that with your teeth?" And I said, "Well, it's pretty impressive to do sweep picking with your teeth, but I said it's really impressive to do it with your ass."
Oh, yes.
And then I just wiped the guitar,
That's great.
on my backside.
Yeah.
And I'm still a fan of the Beatles and Led Zeppelin and Aerosmith and the regular rock bands. And so now I can step on stage and really be the lead singer via my guitar.
Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. And she didn't like it. And so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then.
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something, she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. Ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah,
or something like
that's how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when I remember the first time he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him, don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like,
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not this kid walking along. That you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think it's, but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean? It's
I can see that.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
Song, Wanting and Waiting. It is 8:24. Preston and Steve radio program. Wednesday morning. Happy to be with you once again, friend. We'll be heading out here shortly on our way to spring training with Philly Sports Trips, and excited to bring you all that's going to be taking place over the next couple of days for live broadcasts and meeting back up with Casey as well, so we'll be flying in from Italy. But in the meantime, we have to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Let's take a look at traffic. Kath, what's going on so far this morning?
The Tacony-Palmyra drawbridge opening, complete traffic moving again in both directions. South on 95 is jammed Cotman into the Vine. Once you get to the Vine, westbound, you'll sit from 95 to the Schuylkill. Schuylkill westbound, heavy past Young to the Vine, the Boulevard to Gladwin. Eastbound side slowing from 202 into Belmont and then the Boulevard to the Vine. Blue Route northbound, heavy 95 to the Media bypass. Southbound from Broomall to 95. Main Street in Medford, New Jersey, closed between Union Street and Bradford Street. That's construction. 42 freeway northbound, heavy the Black Horse Pike to 55. 55 northbound jams Deptford to 42. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Experience the flavors of Latin America event at Whole Foods Market with deals on vibrant ingredients and zesty creations store-wide. Save on no antibiotics ever, meat, fresh avocados, and more through March 25th. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. By the way, if you didn't get a chance to see it yet on our Instagram account, we have the Cardboard Classic video provided by Camelot Productions. Really captures the excitement of that day.
It's super kinetic.
If you ever wanted to use a sizzle reel to entice friends to go next year, use that one.
Yep.
And they'll be like, I'm on board. We're definitely doing it. And then Marissa made a short video yesterday from a couple of guys that had called in, and it's called 2848. It's very, very short, but it's worth seeing if you get a chance. So, all right, that's. I'm waiting on Marissa to. All right, Marissa, I don't have any information. I don't. All I know is that we were taking a call, and I need to find out who this is, and then we'll reveal this little surprise that we have for you this morning. All right, thank you, Marissa. This has all just been put together at the last second.
I hope it's Jennifer Lopez.
So joining us, it's not Jennifer Lopez, but you can hope.
Yeah.
But he's a handsome gentleman. We would like to welcome. First of all, I'll give you his name and I'll tell you his title. Let's welcome Dr. Tom Smith.
Yes.
To our show via Zoom this morning. Good morning, Dr. Smith. How are you?
Doing well, thank you very much. Sorry I'm not Jennifer Lopez.
It's all good. We'll take that minor disappointment. Dr. Smith, can you tell our cast members here and the listeners of the show what your title is?
I am the very proud superintendent of the Pennsbury School District.
Okay. The Pennsbury School District. We know someone who went to Pennsbury, don't we? Now, I haven't been officially told what this is all about, but I assumed what it is. Dr. Smith, do you want to reveal what you have to say?
Absolutely. On behalf of the Pennsbury High School Alumni Hall of Fame Committee, I'm pleased to inform Kathy Romano that she's been selected into the third cohort of the Pennsbury Alumni Hall of Fame.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Is that not great?
That's so cool. I mean, I'm looking at him. I see you have an Air Hero Award behind you, and I'm just trying to figure out who you were. There's an orthopedic surgeon named Dr. Tom Smith as well. So,
you just did a quick search on that?
I was like, what is
this is even better. We were talking about this, and not that we'd call it an oversight, but it's a long time coming, right?
Well, we had our friend on, Nick, who
Richard Kind?
Richard Kind, yes. And we spoke to him about it when he was inducted. And so, yeah, this is great. Thank you so much. I had such a great experience at Pennsbury High School. I know a lot of people, high school for them, like they can't wait to get out. It was going to Pennsbury, growing up where I did in Bucks County, and my time there, I have very fond memories of it. I loved everything about high school and everything about my childhood there. So this means a lot. Thank you very much.
Hey, Dr. Smith, is the prom tradition at Pennsbury still as big as it ever was?
Absolutely, and getting bigger.
Oh, wow.
Building a new high school next year, so the prom has played into the design of the high school.
You're building a new high school. How similar size, much bigger? What are we looking at?
Currently, we have two buildings where students have to walk across the campus. The buildings are aging out of their useful life.
Yeah.
So we're going to tear them both down and build one new high school.
Wow. So if you're keeping the prom in mind for the new high school, does that involve a place where these vehicles can drive up and be displayed? I mean, because that's the big thing about Pennsbury is how you arrive at the prom.
Correct. The prom parade is factoring into the design of the entrance loop of the school.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah,
and I would imagine your gym is going to have to be a decent size, for all of the sports activities that you have in there, but also for the prom.
Yes, it's 3,000 seats. It's being designed for.
That's formidable.
That's also one of the things is that the prom is always held at the school. I mean,
right.
A lot of places will go elsewhere. Pennsbury has it at their high school.
So, Dr. Smith, what kind of privileges will Kathy be privy to now that she is in the Hall of Fame? Do we know?
Well, we had to tear down the high school because after she left,
there's just no reason to have it.
Right.
But if I could talk, so she's going to get another phone call from, and I'd just like to acknowledge Mr. Ryan Staub, who's lead principal at High School East, who heads up the committee. He's going to reach out to her. The ceremony will take place in October. There'll be a morning session working with the students, and then an evening celebration.
Oh, wow.
So look out for a follow-up phone call with that. But there will be an entire day. Hopefully you'll join us for that.
Of course.
In Pennsbury, where we will You can tour the campus. You'll get to meet with students.
Wow.
Share some of your experience with our students, and that's really what this is all about. It aims to inspire our current and future students to strive for excellence in all areas of life.
Will Kathy be the sole recipient of the accolades that day, or are there other inductees?
No, so there'll be 5. But I will say it's quite an honor because Pennsbury's been around for about 75 years, and we've had years and years of over 1,000 graduates. So, there's about 60,000 graduates.
Wow.
Who are the 4 others? Do you have those names?
They haven't all been notified
Okay,
yet.
got it.
First.
Okay.
So we'll find out. But she joins an illustrious group, as you mentioned, Richard Kind, Robert Costa, who's a CBS consultant, Haley Jackson, 2 NASA scientists, professional athletes like Troy Vincent and Lavoy Allen, managing director of Goldman Sachs, former college president, Dr. Landau, and Ashley Ritter, who is a health advocate in the area.
And now with Kathy, you'll have 3 NASA scientists.
I was just going to say, it's the NASA scientists and me.
Hey, Kathy, real quick, what does NASA stand for?
Oh, stop it.
Oh, this is so much fun. All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Smith. We appreciate the great news. And we will be covering all of this induction as the inductions as they happen in October.
Excellent. We will welcome to join us, and we're very excited. So thank you for letting us participate.
Oh,
thank you, Dr. Smith.
All right, Dr. Tom Smith, everyone, superintendent of the Pennsbury School District, with
That's
some
funny.
great news.
That's great. Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
That's super cool. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, and you've always spoken super highly about your high school years.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved it, just like I said. So, this is really exciting.
Commencement speaker at Westchester,
yeah.
and now Hall of Famer at Pennsbury.
Oh, you have no idea what a hard time I'm going to get from all of my friends.
Sure, of course. Oh, so they should bust your balls like crazy for this.
Now, all you have to do is be acknowledged by NASA.
Right.
And
I just need to know what it means.
Just learn what it means.
Yeah.
Study that.
And then I should be good.
Yeah, by the way, Dr. Corey Cochran is of the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and he was part of the class of 2023.
Wow.
So, yeah, Kathy is going to be in the class of the Hall of Fame class of 2025. And you graduated what year?
I graduated in 2009.
In 2009.
No, the year she graduated, all of the vehicles had rumble seats, Preston.
No, 1996.
Okay.
1996.
Wow. That's so cool, man. Well, congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so, thank you, Marissa, for setting that up.
Yeah,
It was really nice.
Thank you to those guys for reaching out.
Yep. All right. So today we hit the road. In fact, we hit the skies. We are flying out to Florida. Flight leaves around 2 o'clock this afternoon, and arriving in Tampa, and then we get our stuff and we head to Clearwater. Get ready for the live broadcast tomorrow morning. Excuse me, bubble throat.
By the way, Preston, while you're clearing your throat, I got a really nice text from our buddy Vince from Philly Sports Trips. Biggest trip that they've had so far. A ton of MMR and Preston and Steve listeners on their plane yesterday. And as we mentioned earlier today, some people are going to the Phil's game tomorrow, Phil's game in Tampa against the Yankees on Friday night, and staying the weekend and go and see the Flyers and the Lightning on Monday night in Tampa Bay. So a huge crowd of people, Preston and Steve show fans who are going to meet us there tonight and tomorrow.
Any of them going to be on our flight? Do we have any idea?
There's a few on our flight too. Okay. Most of the Philly Sports Trips people went down yesterday, and depending on the package that they offer up, that's when they fly. But you can actually put down a deposit for 2026 spring training on phillysportstrips.com.
Yeah, you would be advised to do that.
Yeah.
If there's any Phillies Sports Trips people that are traveling with us that have an aisle seat and would like to have a window seat, I can switch with you.
Okay.
Wow.
Our flight is bahooked.
Yeah, I definitely took a window seat for sure.
On a flight this short, I mean, I'm an aisle seat guy, but if I have to, it doesn't matter.
Wait, where are you? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Oh, all right, okay. Yeah,
it'll be fine.
That's sort of how I feel, but still.
If I was going to Guam, it might be a little bit of an issue.
If you're flying out somewhere today, we're going to be at gate C22, and we leave at we board at 1:25. So just give you a heads up on that, so you can stop by and say hi. Although my edible might be kicking in by then, so I don't know if you want to talk to me or not. But anyhow,
Marissa
come
and I
by
will be at the bar.
and say hello. Marissa will be at the bar with Kathy.
Yeah.
And,
They'll be carrying Preston out with zip ties on his hands.
The rest of us will be milling about. By the way, speaking of flying, this came down yesterday. Months After ditching their open seating policy, Southwest Airlines is ending its most recognizable perk, and that is free checked baggage. This is a big deal.
I knew it was coming. I mean, just it's something that was...
Boy, but they held on for a long time.
They did hold on for a long time.
It seems like they're becoming a real airline. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? They were kind of known for being a little bit lighter and, on the plane. And with, basically it was like a free for all getting on the plane and trying to find a seat. And
Like
it
a
was,
brawl.
It was nice that you had your first bag free, but all of it going away.
Yeah, the airline will begin charging for the first and second checked bag beginning on May 28th. Southwest announced this yesterday. However, members of its A-list loyalty program or those traveling on a business fare will be exempt from credit one checked bag for Rapid Rewards credit card members. So that's going to begin right in May 28th. And interesting because they mentioned the rewards program, the loyalty program. When I'm flying, I generally fly. I fly both American Airlines and Southwest. They have the most destinations where I'm going to. They have the most flights.
Yeah.
So those are the two airlines I choose. But I was always curious about, other than buying premium seats, how you get into the different zones as far as loading goes, and that's part of the loyalty program.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
As I've accrued more miles, I've been flying a little bit more this year. I've bumped up in
what zone are you?
I'm in Group 6 right now, but I'm like right on the edge of moving to Group 5. Like one more flight ought to do it for me.
Well, I'll tell you what. So I used to, and mainly still do, exclusively fly American, only because it just works out that way. So all of my points are with American. They're not with any other airlines. And I am still in like Group 6. I used to have the American Airlines credit card. When I had that, I was Group 1.
Wow.
The second I closed that, all the way down to 6, and I've stayed at 6.
Oh, they found out.
Yeah. So
They kicked you out.
If you have that credit card, that's where you can get bumped up.
And 6 isn't as bad as it feels
Agreed.
like, right? Like 'cause
Agreed.
1 is like first class, and then credit cards, and then people who need extra help and things like that. So by the time you're at 6, it's more of like a 2 or 3.
With Group 6, I've never had a problem putting a bag in the overhead container, compartment. So it's not that
you
bad.
might have had it not known because of the edibles.
That too.
I'm legit surprised. Steve, you said you saw this coming. Southwest has used this as an ad campaign for so freaking long, and people are so loyal to Southwest.
Yeah.
Primarily because of this program. And to me, it's shooting yourself in the foot. I think that a lot of customers are going to be really pissed, and I know that, and they already are. And so if you're look, it's only $50 or $100, but it's the psychological thing. You knew when you would buy a Southwest flight, your bags would fly free as well.
Yeah.
Did you mention that they got bought out? That's what kind of started this?
No.
So somebody bought them.
So
And their CEO did it. But there is a trick, too, which I will share. I don't fly Southwest enough that I don't want to share this. If you buy a flight with Southwest for like $20 to $25, you can get early bird check-in, which means you have to buy it before the 24-hour period, and then you get immediately into like A1 through 12.
Oh, okay.
So
wow, $25, that's totally worth it.
Definitely worth it.
All right, so they've always offered free check bags since the airline started about 60 years ago. They kept that policy in place when competitors started adding and increasing fees. Their carrier has trademarked the slogan "Bags Fly Free."
Yeah, right.
And it's been a key part of the advertising. And despite not charging for the first 2 checked bags, Southwest collected $73 million in baggage fees in 2023 and $62 million for the first 9 months of 2024, according to the Department of Transportation statistics. However, that's a fraction of the baggage fees collected by other airlines. So $62 million in the first 9 months, of 2024. American Airlines, for the year of 2023, made $1.4 billion on baggage fees. United Airlines claimed $1.2 billion, and Delta had just under $1 billion. Competitors trounced on the news, including Delta CEO Ed Bastian, who said that at an investors conference on Tuesday that Southwest's decision to charge for bags could help its competitors. He said clearly there's some customers who choose them because of that, and now clearly those customers are up for grabs. So they're gonna scramble to try to entice people. Now they're not going to do it with free bag, checking.
They could go with bags fly free, and that means grandmothers. Right?
That's a grandmother too. Yeah.
The old bag.
Old bags.
Yeah. So that's two big changes for Southwest this year.
I bet you that within a year or so, they will use that as a marketing campaign of like, book your ticket between this month and this month, and your bags fly free.
Maybe.
Because they do own that, and so just to keep the loyalty, maybe that'll be potentially something.
Yep.
Dangle that
Or act as if they never offered that.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're
What are you talking about?
Yeah. So anyhow, fortunately we're not. Well, not fortunately, but we're not flying Southwest. But I thought about checking my bag at the last second, and then I switched over because I clicked on it. It was like $35 or something like that.
I'm checking because I have the bag. I have a piece of the Roadcaster piece of equipment that I'm carrying. That's the one thing I'll put in the overhead, and then my small little bag. So it's okay.
And you're checking, so I'm checking.
Yeah.
If I got a check, buddy, I'm in.
Yeah, we're double checking.
So American does charge for your first bag?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody gives first bags free.
I don't know if
Completely
anybody is
not
giving
anymore.
free.
No, okay.
If you,
I haven't checked a bag.
Yeah, you're on
I don't
Frontier.
know. Well, Frontier, I'll take. It's a personal item. I have to pay for a carry-on item.
This is my medication. These are my edibles.
So even a carry-on, if you were to stow something,
if
this is something that has to fit underneath the seat in front of you, that's free.
So my backpack is the exact size. It's a Topo backpack. It's the exact dimensions that are like just fit. If I put too much in it, it could technically be whatever. But So, but when I've traveled wherever, I always just do carry-on.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. By the way, as we are flying today, Steve sent me an article with some good tips about how we can survive a plane crash.
No. Why would you? No.
Listen.
I don't want to do this article.
It's absolutely sometimes when you're in a plane crash, you think, could I have done that better?
Right.
What could I have done to minimize my injuries?
These are your tips.
And these are your helpful tips to the occasional flyer who finds themselves in a survivable plane crash.
I just listened to the podcast with was it Travis Barker that was in the plane crash?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and DJ AM.
Yes, yes. And he described it in detail. I mean, he was on fire running on so this isn't helping. That's not helping, and this isn't helping.
Well, this might help you, Kathy,
Okay.
because they recommend that you wear long sleeve shirts and pants.
Okay, good. I have that on.
Okay,
There you go.
So that you should be good to go. You're
Why?
going to survive.
What the hell does
no
that
problem.
have anything to do with it?
I don't know. It's the first thing that's written here. It says,
Like in
think
case
about,
we're lost and we end up in the
Well, for some of the reasons you said,
it
because
says, think about your wardrobe. The more of your body that is covered during an impact, the better. So your long sleeve shirts and pants and a sturdy pair of shoes, and you're good to go. You're going to survive.
stop and think about it. If you have a long sleeve shirt on, that collision with the mountain will be less painful.
Yes. If you're flying over a cold region, keep a warm jacket.
Yeah, in case you're tossed into the tundra and have to survive.
Yes.
I already hate this
You
list.
can eat other people as well.
Right.
But if you're flying over water, wear wool instead of
Oh,
cotton.
get the hell out of here. Oh, so, okay, I'm going to wear my wool sweater because I'm flying over water.
So for that survivable water landing.
Well, the fabric keeps its insulating properties better when it's wet.
And it repels sharks.
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer.
Don't forget your block of wood so you can chew on it. Yeah.
Be
So you're
smarter.
smart
You can
while
get
you-
out before everybody else.
Yeah.
You can beat the people in front of you with a block of wood.
Cotton kills.
Cotton kills?
You heard that before?
No. What is that?
If you ever go
Is that
hiking.
an Old Navy thing? Or
No.
something?
If you go hiking, you shouldn't wear cotton because when you get super sweaty or wet or whatever, you can get hypothermia.
Doesn't dry.
Yeah, and it doesn't dry. So it's like a weird hiker phrase, but that's why you're supposed to wear like a fabric that breathes properly and not
Is that
cotton.
where you go with like wool is cool or
I guess, or
And like the dry
wool is
fit.
cold?
It's corduroy is cool.
a synthetic that breathes properly, but also on an airline.
All right. Loose and fussy clothing is not advised as it can get easily caught when moving at speed in a confined space.
Right, when I'm swimming through the ocean, I don't want my
wanna
loose clothes.
What if you get caught on the spike of a narwhal?
Yeah, you don't want to snag on a jellyfish or something
Right.
like that. So.
Well, ultimately, though, it's funny the level of relaxed attire that you see at airports now. But then people literally in complete PJs and even more. Like it's really weird.
I forgot to tell you something, Preston. Real quick side note.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I was sick,
Yeah.
I was home by myself and I needed medicine. I had to get it.
You went out.
I
in
left
PJs.
the house not in PJs, but PJ pants.
Oh!
I was like, I might do, like, I can't believe this is happening, but I couldn't, I was
You were so
sick. I'm like, I can't. And
Were you wearing a top?
Yeah, of course I was wearing a top. Stop it. I put a sweatshirt on. But I did, Preston, drive through pickup. So I didn't actually get out, but people saw me.
I'll let you slide.
Yeah, there's
probably
merit to
in the
that.
driveway.
Yeah.
So nobody saw you.
But maybe in my driveway getting into my car, you know what I mean?
All right.
Would you look at that whore?
Another tip for surviving a plane crash, according to this article, I don't even know who wrote this, but it says don't sit at the front. Safety experts stress that every crash is different and there is no magic safe seat. But given that so many planes crash nose first, some believe that your best chance is to sit at the back.
When you could check into your flight, back in the day and request a seat while you were there, my aunt, every time she would fly, she always wanted to be in front of the wings. So somewhere along the line, someone told her something.
Of course.
Oh, that it was a safety thing.
It was a safety thing. So she
apparently
would,
that's wrong.
So apparently that is not it at all. And that makes sense because...
When a Boeing 737-800 crashed in South Korea last December after a bird strike, only 2 people who survived were the pair of flight attendants that were seated in the very back of the plane, and all of the other 179 people on board were killed. Well, maybe they weren't wearing long sleeves.
They were wearing wool.
Yeah.
They were wearing cotton.
Yeah. Cotton kills.
Cotton means
Cotton
death.
kills.
Cotton kills. That's it.
It's okay.
Cotton means death.
Same thing.
So, don't sit in the front. And it's funny because I have a friend of mine who gets anxiety when he flies, and he only feels comfortable sitting in first class. I wonder if he knows that they're the first people to die every time a plane
However,
crashes.
they've had a wider selection of beverages.
Yeah.
They do.
So there you go.
All right. It also, and some of these are no-brainers. Note the location of the exit rows. Just be aware. Are they in front of you or are they behind you? What's
It's
the
not
closest
that hard
one?
to figure out.
Keep your seatbelt on tight, obviously. And that's not just a crash. I mean, that's, hitting turbulence and everything.
And I've flown a lot in my life, and I've seen a shift in altitude and immediate, and I've seen a stewardess go up to the ceiling. I mean, that was pretty amazing.
By the way, it says here, according to research, every centimeter of slack in a passenger's seatbelt triples the G-force they'll experience in a crash.
Wow.
A tighter seatbelt also limits how much the body flails around. So wear it tight.
I wonder why they've never. Maybe it's cost. I mean, if you're talking about trying to really preserve, why not a shoulder harness the way you would have in a car?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because when you're going to crash and they have you brace
forward,
they put your you have to put your head down.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the shoulder strap would impede that.
But I mean, for regular flight, if you wanted to keep someone secured in a seat, you could have take that part off.
Yeah, don't know. Also, as you're told by the flight attendants every time, your oxygen mask before others. Resist the urge to help someone else before you put yours on, because you have about 15 seconds at most to start breathing through your mask before you lose consciousness.
You first.
Yep. So you got to help. You got to do you first, and then you.
And
can
that's
help.
also the same if you're getting out of the plane after it's crashed. You first.
Me first. Everybody, look.
Get out of my way!
Now it also says, work out where the plane will crash.
Excuse me. Where is this plane going to crash?
Should know this in advance.
Who wrote this?
Ding.
Yeah.
You hit the little button. Excuse me. Ding.
Yes, I wanted to know, when we eventually crash, which part of the plane will probably carry the weight of the collision?
So it says if you're flying above water, put your life jacket on. But don't inflate it until you're out of the plane.
Sir,
otherwise, you could be in for all sorts of problems.
You can take that. You're just sitting there with your life jacket on. Are you concerned, sir?
It says if the cabin fills with water, you will float to the ceiling, and it would be very difficult to swim back down and exit the plane.
Good point.
It also might tear during the evacuation, rendering it useless for buoyancy.
Then you look cheap.
Okay. If the plane is coming down in cold weather, keep a blanket or coat handy.
Okay, yeah, sure.
As
Let me
the
grab.
aircraft descends.
I brought a pullover. Once the fire dies down.
Yeah, we're going to crash. Let me grab my blanket.
I told you guys this off air earlier in the week, but my son is flying to China later this year, which I'm pretty excited about. He's flying to Hong Kong, and I think it's either Newark or JFK. But we were having the conversation of, like, what do you do on a 16-hour flight? Because that's what it is. I think it's like 16 and a half or whatever. And they fly over the North Pole. They fly down, the coast of Russia and over Japan and into Hong Kong. But I've never taken anything remotely that long.
No.
And restless leg syndrome and all this kind of stuff. You have to prep in advance.
Yeah, you are supposed to get up and walk around a little bit.
Yeah.
Obviously. And
open the door.
Stand if you can for a few. But then again, do you want to be standing and you might, hit turbines? I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyhow, you are supposed to get up and move around because that's a long time to be sedentary.
Yeah,
Well, they
16 hours.
They say actually, if you can, wear compression socks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm wearing them today.
So also it says brace for impact. Having returned to your seat.
Yeah, don't be cavalier about it.
Having returned your seat to its upright position, make sure that your shoes are securely on your feet and stow away any loose items that might fly around the cabin. There are 2 standard crash brace positions. If you can reach the seat in front of you, lean against it, placing one hand palm down on the seat back and crossing the other also palm down over the first hand. Rest your forehead against the backs of your hands. Sometimes in this position, experts recommend instead lacing your fingers to cradle it as you lean your head against the seat.
What about downward dog?
I don't know. Would that work, Kathy? Downward dog?
Maybe.
Alternatively, if you cannot reach the seat in front of you, lean forward and press your chest and thighs and your head between your knees and kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah.
But it says to grab your ankles. I knew a girl who did that.
There you go. Do the wheelbarrow. No, your own ankles.
Do we have time for the Eiffel Tower?
I mean, of all times, try it then.
Yeah. Yeah, right?
Could be the
We're
last
going to do
thing.
it.
Have an impending collision. If there's a sexual act you've never tried and wanted to take out for a spin, I encourage you to do it now.
All right. Also, it says to avoid the smoke. Try to cover your nose and mouth with a cloth, preferably a damp one, to avoid inhaling it.
Like
It's not bad enough that we crashed, but I hate the smell of smoke.
Yeah, or like Travis Barker, you have to run while you're
Or
on fire.
Yeah.
Don't forget to waft away your nose.
Yeah.
While heading towards an exit, try to stay as low as to duck under the smoke, which is likely to be rising towards the ceiling.
I would have died of a heart attack already, so it doesn't matter.
All right. These are ways to survive.
Well, they can use you as a battering ram
to survive a plane crash. It says leave your belongings. And actually, there was not that long ago. There was it wasn't the most recent one where the plane rolled over and was upside down, but it was another one where people had to evacuate the plane quickly. There was a fire. It was on. They were already on the ground, and you saw people going up for their luggage and everything, and they were like, "Leave it." Get off the plane.
Are you kidding?
Now.
Yeah, are you friggin' kidding?
Who cares? What all that stuff is replaceable.
Yes.
And even if it's irreplaceable, it's not worth dying over. So leave your stuff. You should not try to take your belongings. This will block other people from getting out.
No, I love that hat.
What about your mug?
It keeps my drinks cold.
And then
I'm sorry, I have a Batman figure back there.
And then it says, don't hang around.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah.
Once you've exited.
So, when are you going to escape?
Yeah.
When are you going out?
Once you've exited.
You notice they don't do zones that way.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Zone 3 is now deboarding. Once you've exited the plane, move at least 500 feet upwind from the crash site as possible.
Stinky.
Although you don't want to go too far as you await rescues. The plane could explode at any moment, and the plane
Seriously?
could spread far.
They wrote this in the article.
Yes, it could explode at any moment, and the flames could spread far further than you imagine.
Yeah, bring a tape measure.
And it says the same rule holds true even if you've landed in water. Swim away. Man, there's a scene in the movie Castaway. The plane goes into the water. He gets out. He's swimming away, and the engine turbine is still turning, and it's right behind him.
Yeah.
Dude, that scares the hell out of me.
It's at night, too.
Yes.
And then that's going on. They also, Preston, they say, as you're boarding the flight, determine, Nick, as per our conversation yesterday, if you are to crash, say, in the Andes, who you are most likely to eat.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. Good thinking.
Look for a fat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where
are
the
you
fat-
like a deuce 10?
Where are the fat people?
Yeah.
Steve, can you imagine if you survived a plane crash in the ocean and then like you got eaten by sharks or the engine got you or whatever?
Son of a bitch.
Come on.
I'm going to give you an example of a movie that did almost that very thing. The movie Gravity.
Yeah.
With
George Clooney.
Yeah, George Clooney.
And Sandy Bullock.
Sandra Bullock.
Yeah.
Like one thing after another, after another, after another. And then, spoiler alert, she makes it back to Earth. She lands in water.
Right.
Yeah.
And starts to drown once going through all this stuff. And as she's crawling up onto the bank of this body of water, Nick, I was like, an alligator's going to get her now.
She made it.
It's like the movie Armageddon when they go to the space station. I mean, it's like stop it. At some point, you've earned a break.
Stop it.
Yes, completely.
Yeah.
So anyhow, above all, experts say when you know that you are traveling in a packed plane and people all about you are losing their heads as it's about to crash, try to stay calm.
You know what?
Stay calm.
Start one of those group applause like the
slow clap.
Yeah.
Start the slow clap. Everybody. Wow. Okay. So these are tips. We're flying today.
Listen, it's good to know.
Yeah.
It would be fun to slide down one of those slides.
I've always wanted to do that.
From a plane?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Remember the guy who on his last day as a attendant
pulled it.
It. Yeah,
cost him $10,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you guys? I mean, do you look forward to flying? I mean, outside of the trip of your destination, but of getting on the plane and that whole thing.
So for me, I find it because it's forced. I relax. You know, like
you have no choice.
I don't know if that makes any sense.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Because so I kind of settle into my area. I get my little space.
Yeah.
I have my little snacks and my entertainment.
Right.
And
Your
I
edibles.
got a plan.
Yeah.
And also, unlike you, Kathy and Steve, I mean, I look forward to looking out the window.
Right.
I
Yeah.
like identifying golf courses and just topical features and things like that. I like flying. I think it's kind of fun.
I mean, I don't dislike it, but I think it's not like it comes with where you're ending up. Obviously, like if you're looking forward to a trip or like this is a work trip that we're going on. It's a little different.
Yeah.
So that's what's exciting about it. I don't necessarily love the plane ride, but it doesn't bother me. And I think part of the reason why. Well, one of the reasons I don't like the window seat is because I want to be able to have access to get up and get out if I need to. I'm probably only ever getting up like one time, depending on how long the flight
bathroom,
is, or not at all.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really make sense. But I think I've flown so much that the joy of like looking out the window and what I'm looking at,
You're over it?
Yeah, I've done it.
I still love it, and there's something still in my mind that's pretty miraculous about getting up in the morning in Philadelphia and finishing the day elsewhere. And like you just get in this metal tube, and a couple hours later you're in Florida or you're in California or whatever. My wife is an anxious flyer. She really has some serious anxiety when it comes to it. My mom is too, and for my mom, it's the complete lack of control. My mom does not like going anywhere where she can't see forward.
Okay.
So she struggles, even if she can look out the window or whatever, which I get. But like me, we're getting on a plane today and we're going to be in Florida in just a couple hours.
I actually, and as I'm looking out the window, sometimes I will legitimately marvel over the fact that we are human beings and that we are flying thousands of feet in the air as if it's just nothing.
Right.
And I try not to take that for granted because it's pretty amazing.
Nick, do you ever do I showered in this state or this country today and also,
all the time.
I took a dump in America and wiped in Hong Kong.
Steve, I was trying to go cleaner version of that, but yes.
I also like the airport. Like, what are the offerings in the airport? What are the things the stores that we can go to, the restaurants we can try that like we're not allowed to try any other time?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just this like secret club.
Well,
and now
Chickies and Pete's.
Yeah, right? No, but Philly Airport has all these new offerings now.
Well, and you fly
Sabrina's.
to Denver a lot, and that's a really cool airport, I think.
They're one of the first ones to do a lot of the like local restaurants and breweries and such. But Philly's starting to do that now with like I said, Sabrina's Oyster House.
You need to do that because if you have to give people. Also, the airport benefits by having people arrive early.
Yeah,
totally.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Also, airport has the best merch. Like Philly sweatshirts and sports sweatshirts.
I agree.
Stuff.
Local merch for the city that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
I have found better stuff at the airport than in souvenir shops.
Yep.
And so I most of the time, Marissa, and I'm like, okay, on your way back, stop back here and get that Philadelphia shirt.
Uh-huh.
What would it take to get Preston and Steve merch into an airport?
Years and years ago, I saw it was the first time I saw an Always Sunny shirt. In the airport, I took a picture of it. I sent it to Rob.
Yeah.
Rob McElhenney. I'm like, dude. You guys are now an airport gift. And this was like 10, 12 years ago, something like that.
What about the poop knife? Did you come into
Preston Steve poop knife. You can pick that up.
Though.
So, by the way, one of the important things and hidden treasures of flying and traveling are the snacks that you take with you. And today we have some snacks courtesy of the movie Novocaine. They brought us these cookies, guys.
Oh, look at that.
And it's from Isgro Pastries in South Philly. And these are supposed to represent a scene from the movie. This is a fried hand.
All right.
It's a cookie because Jack Quaid's character sticks his hand in a deep fryer and fries his hands.
my God.
In the movie, he feels no pain.
Okay.
So he sticks his hand in a deep fryer. And so they made us these cookies that look like a hand that have all of these pock marks and burn marks on
It's pretty gruesome, but I love it. And Isgro 1904 it was came into business. Wow,
I assume, yeah. So there's to have a little bit of fun and have a little snack on our flight today. And you can go see Novocaine in 4DX with seat motion and environmental effects that put you in the heart of the action. You're going to feel it in 4DX, and Paramount Pictures Novocaine stars Jack Quaid, and it's in theaters on Friday. Good stuff, Marissa?
They're very good.
Excellent.
I'm gonna have the thumb.
All right.
There's more here too, so
You're not saving it for your plane snack?
Yeah, come on, man.
Nope.
All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. Our buddy Paul Mecurio is in our studio. He's got a gig at the City Winery coming up at the end of the month. So we'll get him in here. We'll spend some time. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
I'm born and bred at, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say, ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
I don't know. I just.
You keep going back to old.
No,
These
the
old
standard thing
people.
would be, prithee, good ma'am, wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still.
Right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. Looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to show respect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's
it's
with
not-
you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just. We just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal
I don't
preference.
think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what
But
do
I
you
just
want
don't
your
like
server?
it.
What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your table?
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
Lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carding everyone as we were walking in. And me, I was with Elisa. We're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, and we stand there, and he goes, "Hi," and so we were like, "Do you want to see our ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, It's glowing
lights up
to
like
my
my
heart.
heart.
And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know, it's so
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lip.
Yes, yeah, full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. I don't know. Who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh,
yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't.
It's too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly.
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
glow. Yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make
necklace?
it different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The
Not-
pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like no, but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twinkie wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
No,
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God.
My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Trying to get something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or
tiny
something?
flashlight.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
Try that.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure she's
own?
getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of it goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. Okay. They don't see that outside the bubble.
All right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah, Steve, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, it looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yes.
For a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or
Yeah,
some sort of
fantasy, sci-fi thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
so Teigen, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajik wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
Preston,
wouldn't it?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
You know the Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him off with time served.
I'm giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent.
I'm finding you innocent.
I
object. There's no way that's legal.
It's totally legal.
Oh my God!
I think you need to go to sleep.
I got to go to sleep now.
That would be.
That would be
brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah, and he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah,
with his law career,
law school,
with his,
passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV.
Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
This bitch still got my TV.
Kathy, our next guest is going to be performing at City Winery, but not till Saturday, March 29th. So you got time to get your tickets, but I wouldn't wait too long. You can go to citywinery.com. And we love having him here. It is the triumphant return to Philadelphia to Mr. Paul Mecurio.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Good to see you, Paul.
I love the applause. Thank you.
Hey, I want to concur with something you said off air just a moment ago. So we were continuing the flight conversation, and Paul was saying he likes to sit by the window seat, which both me and Nick do, and Casey as well. And part of the reason is because I can't sleep sitting straight up, like you just said.
Yep.
I need something to lean my head on. But you also mentioned something that I think is important too: strategic use of your jacket when you fly.
Absolutely. I have a certain jacket that I fly with. I have a pillow, because you need the pillow for the head.
Yep.
But then you got the rib cage. It's exposed.
Yes.
You got the handle. Thank you.
Yes.
And so you got to wrap that up, but it can't be like a light windbreaker. So it's like the summer, my wife's like, what are you doing with a polar fleece thing on? I go, I have a process.
Yes.
Yeah. And then I can do that, and then I can lean, and then I'm good. And that's the whole key, because if I don't have something for my ribs, I'm digging into the thing.
I know
You can't raise that handle.
I figured that out by accident one time. I wadded up my jacket and I stuck it over here on my side. And I'm like, oh, heaven.
And
this
then
is
it's like, and then I'm cranky if it's happening, and then I start slapping passengers. And apparently you can't do that.
Can't do that anymore.
No. I'll tell you the one thing I do that drives my wife, because I'm always the guy. I think we've talked about this one. I'm like, I always have to think I'm going to make things better by saying things to people. Like I'm going to correct people's behavior. The thing that drives me crazy is when you're leaving the plane and the guy in the aisle behind you decides to cut your aisle. Like, you got to let people get out of their aisle.
Yeah.
So my wife's like, you got to let it go. And I'm like, I'm just looking. I can feel myself looking for confrontation. And I see the guy and I go, you got to wait, You got to wait. I'm literally that guy.
Preemptively.
Yeah. I'm Mr. Confrontation. And then they wait, and then they look down, and then it's like, whatever. It's like,
Well, at least it's at the end of the flight.
Yeah.
So you haven't set the bar at the beginning. But I agree. Absolutely. There's a progression. And there's also, if I'm usually the aisle, but I will get up, get back, and I will serve as the buffer for the people who are window and middle to go out in front of me.
Yeah. I do that. I'll definitely, I will literally set a pick in the aisle like I'm playing basketball.
Another, and I don't mean to go on and on about flying pet peeves, but there's another one that really gets under my craw, gets stuck in my craw, is when the people behind you, if they need to get up for whatever reason, they have decided to use your headrest. Your headrest as leverage to pull themselves up.
And usually it's somebody who's a little overweight, can't whatever, and it's like it really pulls you back.
Yeah.
But the most stressful thing in my life ever, not performing, not whatever, is now we're talking this scenario, right? You got 2 seats next to me, the aisle. The flight attendant's handing me my drink, and it's coming over the person in the middle, and I always freak out that I'm going to drop it on them.
Yes. Yeah.
I almost rather it's not worth it. Like, just keep it.
Are you okay if that middle person intercedes and helps pass it along?
I am.
Okay.
I don't like it when they take a sip, but you know.
Oh, that's good.
They lap it up with their tongue like a dog.
Give me one of those.
That's hilarious.
Whoa, that is
I
good.
order like tomato juice. You know what? I'm going to switch. I'm going to have the tomato juice.
Set him up with one too.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. So how have you been, man?
I'm good.
Last time we saw you, you were playing the Keswick Theater, I believe. No, not Keswick Theater. It was
I think Sellersville.
Yeah,
that was a great show. The audience was hot from the get-go, and thank you. A lot of people came out from it, so thank you.
And you were mainly talking with crowd members.
Well, I'm doing this Permission to Speak.
It's been a hit for you.
Yeah, it's going really
and
well.
You love it.
Yeah. And Nick and I I just did another appearance on The Late Show with Colbert, which was really fun.
Can I interrupt for a second, Paul? Because I was telling you this in the green room, and I mean this sincerely. I've seen your stuff for a long time and seen you perform. I really enjoyed your appearance on Colbert, your recent appearance, because it just seemed like you were so relaxed. The pacing of it was terrific. It was hilarious on top of all of it, but you just seemed like happy and in your element. And I love the fact that there were pauses and you let the audience react and interact, and you interacted with them. It just was brilliant. So if you've not seen it, it's on YouTube. You shared it with us yesterday. And all right.
Bring it in.
Man.
It really was love.
I'm going to leave now. It's not going to get any better than that, everybody.
I'm not just saying that because you're standing next to us. It really was very well done. So congratulations.
That you really do have to take your time on TV. So when you're doing the set in the clubs, you're timing it out, and I time it intentionally at least a minute shorter so that I'm not rushing on the show, because shows take longer because people applaud and everything. And I was comfortable at one point. We were talking about this. I had a joke and they were starting to applaud, and it's normally not where they applaud, but I was like, no, don't applaud. These 3 women are still enjoying the joke.
What do they usually allocate for a set on any of the late
5
shows?
5 to 6 minutes.
5 to 6 minutes.
Yeah, so
right?
that ended up being about almost 7, but it was timing out at 4 minutes in the club.
With your exposure and having written, and writing for these shows and everything, are you still asked to provide sort of a transcript?
Yeah,
really?
Great question. Yeah,
even at this point.
Yeah. And I tell them to go F themselves, but I'm a big shot. No, you have to give. Well, it's for no other reason. Legal has to go.
Standards. Okay.
Yeah,
wow.
like we're on this point where I think because of social media, like you can kind of swear a lot now. Right?
Yes.
And there's a joke where I wanted to say a-hole, but not a-hole, and they wouldn't let me do it. And so I said F you instead. And
you dropped an F-bomb.
Yeah, exactly.
We were just talking about, Marissa was noticing, and it does happen on SNL. They're dropping not F-bombs, but they're dropping everything around it.
Yeah, it's definitely pushed it. But yeah, you have to run the set, figure out what you want to do, and then give it to them. And they've always been cool with me. Like there's only one joke one time. I have a joke about the Last Supper, and I wasn't sure if they're going to let me do it because Steven's pretty religious, but it's just about, the premise is that the Last Supper had to be tense because you're sitting around having dinner and, Jesus is going to get crucified in an hour, but you're going to make small talk. Like, what could you possibly talk about at the Last Supper? Like, I'd have a knot in my stomach, and I'd say all the dumbest things like, oh, this is some hummus Jesus. Like, what are you going to say? Or like, excuse me, Jesus, why are we all sitting on the same side of the table? Is there going to be a hit or something? Just so I'm clear, this isn't the Last Supper for all of us, right?
So that one didn't fly?
No, it worked. I got it in.
It did?
They let me do it, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I was
Very
really
good.
happy with it, but
Nice.
yeah.
Hey, I wanted to ask about this because we have a couple notes here of things, and apparently you were coming to Philly on Amtrak What and the train had to be delayed, and there were cops. And when was this, and what happened?
Yeah, this was a few weeks ago.
Okay.
Was it after you told this Last Supper joke?
Well, it's weird because it was a convention of priests, and I thought that would be a good thing on Amtrak. Apparently not. And God forbid you make a Pope joke.
So what happened that got you on this train surrounded by the police?
This is the same thing we were talking about with the plane. I feel like I'm going to change behavior. I don't like it when customer service people are rude. And my wife is like, you got to stop. I almost got arrested in New York City because I pulled my pants down at a newsstand over a bag. I'm not making this up.
All right, hold that story for after the train story. Yeah.
So I'm on the train, and I get on the train in Penn Station, and I'm coming down to Philly, and I have a backpack, and I sit down, and there's an empty seat next to me, and I put the bag on the seat next to me because I don't want to talk to anybody.
Right.
I can't do it anymore. I can't make small talk. I can't do the chit chat. It's like, oh, my son just started a picture now for his high school. Below my brain. I can't. Right. So the conductor comes through, and he makes the announcement. It's probably going to be a full train. Please take your bags off the seats. And but it wasn't a full train, and if it were, I would have. So I leave the bag. He comes back through, and he stands over me like this, and he goes, hey, I told you to take that bag off the seat.
Whoa.
And I'm like, you don't talk to me like that.
Right.
He goes, but I told you. I go, I understand. But I said, I understand this, but this is a consumer situation right now.
Yeah.
And I paid for this ticket. In fact, I'm paying for it two ways. First, I bought a ticket. And secondly, my taxpayer dollars are going into a fund that's been funding this crappy, disgusting, that has food that rats wouldn't eat and bathrooms that even homeless people wouldn't go in. So you can take your little choo-choo hat and your scanner and shove it up your... This is 3 minutes out of the train. We're not even out of the tunnel in New York. So he goes, all right, and he comes back. He comes back through to take tickets. This all happened, these I'm telling you. And I go to hand him my ticket, and he goes, I'm not taking your ticket. I go to him, he goes, I'm having you thrown off the train. I don't like your attitude. I'm like, yeah, right. We pull into Newark on the platform, 4 cops.
What?
He called the cops. Yeah.
Wow.
So now, I used to be a lawyer. Plus, I'm always the guy that has to speak to the manager.
Right.
So I go, I know. I'm going to go find the head conductor, the manager, rat this guy out as a Nazi, and save the day for everybody on the train.
That's the plan.
I swear to God, that's how my brain works, right?
How can I work
We
this?
could call my wife. She will confirm all of this. I'm out of my mind, and I don't know why. So I grab my ticket, right? I grab my ticket like this. I've never mind.
There you go.
And I'm running through the aisle, and I'm running down the aisle. And as I'm running down the aisle, there's a guy to the right on his phone, and he goes, yeah, honey, I'm going to be like an hour late. Some a-hole stopped the train. I'm like, I'm famous. I'm famous. So I get to the big silver doors?
Yeah.
The black button? It goes into the pocket. I hit it with the ticket in my right hand. And when I hit it, the suction of the door sucked the ticket into the door, into the pocket.
Man.
So now I'm technically on a train illegally because you don't have a ticket. And I got Wyatt Earp and 4 cops barreling down on me, right? Yeah. So I hit the button again. The door comes out, nothing. I hit it again. It goes in. I hit it again. Before I was like Mr. Macho, like, now I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to get arrested. He was right. I hit it one more time. The door comes flying out, and the ticket comes flying out, and I literally grab it in midair.
Like Polar Express.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I keep running, and then I find the conductor, a woman with a purple tie. And I deduced that she was the manager because all the other guys had a blue tie on.
Right.
And I was right. And I go, excuse me, ma'am, but your conductor, she goes, I can't talk to you about this now. I got some a-hole who stopped the train. I'm like, hello? I swear to God. She said the exact same thing. So we get on the platform. So it's me, the 4 cops, the conductor I got in an argument with, the manager, and everybody through the windows just looking at me like, oh, they just wanted to kill me.
But now, are you stalwart? Are you holding your ground?
Yeah, I said this guy was really inappropriate, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And the cops, you could tell, like, this is they didn't need it, right? They're like, all right, what's the problem? Like, the guy's got his, like, hands hitched in his belt.
Yeah.
Like, we got real crime to deal with.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, he yelled at me, blah, 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 right? It was like, and the guy... And then the conductor goes, I want him thrown off the train. He was very disruptive and very argumentative. I want him thrown off the train. And the cop took a long beat, and he goes, you want me to arrest him for that? Arguing. If I did that, I'd be arresting my wife every 5 minutes. I got back on the train, and
you complete, wow.
Yeah.
It's lucky it broke your way.
Yeah, and then he came back through, and he took my ticket. And when he did, because I had taken the bag off my seat because I left, but as I came through, and he was walking toward my seat, I just put the bag on the seat next to me again.
Nice.
Just a little like whatever.
Well, that's the way he approached you initially. Is you would say, "Excuse me, sir, if you didn't hear, we're asking that people make the seats available."
Right.
Yeah, there's
Someone
a way.
perhaps would not take the seat if they blah 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 whatever. There's a way to approach it. Sometimes in their little fiefdom, they get a little crazy.
Well, yeah, and I mean, it just happens with me. Like I was having lunch at a restaurant. Is it okay if I talk about this real quick?
Yeah. Don't forget the pants story.
No, we want the
Yeah,
pants at the newsstand.
I wrote it down.
Yeah.
Pants and newsstand.
You
Yes.
do? You want that one?
Well,
We want both.
go with this one, and then we go back to the pants.
Or I'll put the pants on the next one when I come. So this one, like I'm getting lunch on the east side of New York, and I work on the Late Show on the west side, and going back and forth east west. You guys know it's like Philly. There's a lot of traffic, expensive. So. I order a lunch, and the guy I'm with, it's kind of like a business lunch. He has like a club sandwich and a coffee. I get a salad with a scoop of tuna and a Coke. How much should that cost me?
Well, in New York.
New York.
I'd say, $12.
20.
More.
$52. I swear to God. I swear to God.
A salad, scoop of tuna, and a soda?
Yeah, and then he got a sandwich, like a big like deluxe sandwich and a thing, and then there was tax and whatever. Yeah, right. So I don't say anything because it's kind of like a business thing, right? And I'm like, whatever. But I'm in the cab and I'm driving and I'm late for the rehearsal at the studio. And I'm like, I got screwed. I know I got screwed. This guy screwed me. And if I got screwed, other people are getting screwed. And I got to fix this. Right? I'm getting obsessed, right? And my wife always goes, Carol's like, just let things go.
Right.
Like, you're fighting against, you're tilting. So I get to the studio. We're rehearsing. I can't pay attention. I pull out the receipt. The guy charged me $12 for a scoop of tuna. Just for the scoop of tuna. So I'm the guy that has to speak to the manager. In the middle of rehearsal, I call from like a corner of the studio. I go, yes, I'd like to speak to the manager. I swear to God, this is happening. And Steve is looking at me like, what are you? I'm like, I'll be there in a minute. And I go, why did you charge me to the manager $12 for a scoop of tuna? He goes, well, I had to charge it like it was a sandwich. I go, but it wasn't a sandwich. He goes, but I had to charge it. I go, no, you don't understand. There was no sandwich. There was no semblance of sandwich at all. There was no bread, lettuce, tomato, nothing. He goes, well, I had to charge. What do you mean? What is this? You had to charge it. Was there like national tuna legislation passed in Washington that I don't know about? Well, I go, look, I give you a lot of my business. I said, I'm going to come back there after work, and I want $6 back on my scoop of tuna. Now, I step out of myself and I hear myself negotiating over a scoop of tuna, and I'm like, I got to move to the woods. I got to move to the woods. Yeah. You have one of those moments like you've completely lost. So he goes, no, I said nothing back. I go, you're going to charge me like it was a sandwich? He goes, yeah. I go, all right, then I want my whole damn sandwich. I got in a cab and I drove all the way back. I made him wrap me up 2 slices of wheat bread, lettuce, tomato, pickle, and those 2 swords that go in the sandwich. Yeah. The cab ride cost me $45, but I proved my point.
I never understood that.
Oh my God.
That I had. Well, yeah, but it's basically this.
Yes.
I have to charge you like.
Yes.
No. Well, it's not.
Yeah, it's not. And I think it's just lazy. Like, okay, well, what do we charge? I don't know. Just charge it like it's a cent, right? He's not going to care. He's not going to notice. And I
got my nails done once, and I didn't want nail polish on it, and they were like, well, we have to charge you as if it's a regular manicure. I go, why? You're not using the actual product that like I'm paying for.
Right.
I don't want that. I'll pay for the manicure that you're giving me, but you're not putting nail polish on it. They're like, no, still same price. And I argued with her for a while.
Did it work?
I don't think she gave me like $3 off. I was like, okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly. They win the battle and lose the war because who wants to go back?
I was at a deli and I wanted eggs Benedict without ham. And so she sits and she thinks for a second. She went, okay, so we're going to charge you just for an English muffin, poached eggs, with a little side of sauce. So she was the complete opposite of your guy. She was saving me money.
broke it down.
She was doing it. So now know that is an opportunity.
The classic.
My God, that's classic. You came out on the other side of that.
And you won. The
There's
classic
positives.
exchange is Nicholson in 5 Easy Pieces.
I was just thinking that.
That where he's and that everyone. That's why that scene is so iconic. Where he's wants the toast, the tuna sandwich, or the turkey sandwich, or whatever. And that we've all had those sort of
bread, and put the egg salad between your legs.
It's good stuff. So, okay, now, do you have time for a pantsless newsstand visit or no?
By the way, real quick, Paul Mecurio is going to be at City Winery Saturday, March 29th, by the way.
Yes.
So just want to make sure you get your tickets.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so we've been doing that. It's the show directed by Frank Oz, who
we talked about.
Amazing Frank Oz.
He's amazing, and it's intimidating. I don't know if I mentioned this the last time because he created the Muppets.
Yes.
Directed Marlon Brando, Robert De Niro, Steve Martin, blah blah blah, and he created Yoda. He's like, you're being directed by Yoda.
Yeah.
Try being directed by Yoda. He's never friggin' wrong.
The height of wisdom.
Oh my God.
You were talking about how he'll pick out little things.
He's amazing. Yeah. He sees things that I don't see, but the backwards talking thing never stops. Take Yoda steakhouse. Steak I will have. I get it, Frank. You're Yoda. Take your hand out of my ass. I'm not a puppet. Okay. No, he's very. It's unbelievable what he sees. And one of the things that we stress is this is not just about the audience, but it's about me. And so my stories and my stand-up. And it's like I don't like to use the word crowd work because you talk to somebody about their hat. The comic doesn't really care about the hat. They want to talk about the hat because they either want to make fun of the hat or use the hat as a way to get into a bit about hats that they wrote, but they want to make it look like they came up with it off the top of their head. And this is more like ask the second, third, and fourth question, and you get these amazing stories. So it's a lot of me, but also the audience just kind of chiming in. And I'm finding that people are saying they really love it because it's fun, but there's also no judgment. You can say what you want. And
you're interviewing, for all intents and purposes, interviewing. So we had a little thing that happened because of a technical issue with our phones. And so where we'll have people come up, and obviously we do want our phones back because so much what we do is generated by that. So we've been taking Zoom contributions.
Yeah.
And so we end up going a few questions more with each person.
Yeah, the first day we took it out for a spin, we just literally said, hey, just call us. Whatever. Let's find out about you. And it was a great segment.
Yeah.
We were just talking to people.
And it's sort of that dynamic where it's not crowd work. Hey, where'd you get that dumb shirt?
No, it's not. It's never making fun of people, and I think they know that from the beginning. I tell them up front, everybody, I travel around the country and everybody has a story. And some people want to tell their story and some people need to tell their story.
What's the furthest?
I think people feel unheard.
Because of the show and because of it has been promoted a fair amount, what's the furthest someone has come? It seems like people could be motivated to have this purge in front of an audience and relay something. Have you had somebody travel a great distance or someone who told you they were hemming and hawing about coming to the show and finally were able to get it out in front of people?
You mean like in terms of what they were willing to reveal?
What they're willing to reveal.
I had 2 heroin addicts on stage in New York, and one of them was recovering, and the other one said she didn't want to recover. She liked it too much.
Wow.
Yeah, and I sold her heroin, and I made some money off of it. No, sorry, I'm a comedian. I got to be funny, right? No, that was like... So
that's wild.
What I say at the beginning is it's unscripted. And I love that and it's going to reflect real life, which means the stories are going to be really fun and funny, but sometimes they're going to be, I had a transgender person on stage, was great, had a great story. And then you get stuff. I said to a woman, all I said is, what's your name? She goes, Nydia. That's all I said. What's your name? I said, oh, that's a unique name. I never heard that name before. How'd you get it? And she started laughing. I knew there was a story.
Right.
She goes, well, my father got my mother pregnant with me, but at the same time was having an affair with a woman named Nydia, and he named me after the woman he was having an affair with.
Oh, wow.
I swear to God. And everybody did exactly what you guys did. They were like,
that's a good
one. And so I think that they know that I'm not going to make fun of them, and it's just like it's a giant hang in I say, look, it's a giant hang in somebody's basement. We're having drinks and sharing stories.
I love that, but the structure is you do get some material out, but you're
doing a lot of my own stuff, and then there's something in the middle called the flip, which is Frank and I came up with, where I let somebody come up, I give them the microphone, and they get to ask me whatever they want.
Wow,
that's pretty cool.
How do you like that?
I love it.
Yeah,
because they put me on the spot. And they sometimes my wife will be in the audience, and I'll make reference to her, and they're like, "We want to meet Carol." And I have to bring my wife on stage, and she doesn't like the.
Really?
But it is super awesome because they ask me great questions, and then look, I'm just talking about my life. I'm talking about I think the whole PC thing, I think they like that I say to them, you don't have to worry about the PC because it's gotten crazy. I mean, just not even in comedy, but I was at Walmart and I'm trying to pick up a package. There's a guy in front of me picking up a package, and the young woman behind the counter, very nice. She goes, hands the package. Here you go, honey. Sign here, honey. Have a nice day, honey. And the guy goes like this to her. I have honey at home for my tea. When you call me honey, I feel that's verbal sexual assault. And I snapped and I went, what is wrong with you? So here I am screaming at somebody again in public. He goes, what? I go, what do you mean what? She's trying to make your day nicer. Yeah. You're going to ruin it with your overly sensitive nonsense. I go, he goes, well, I found that was verbal assault. I go, no, that's not verbal assault. I go, you're a pathetic man who lives alone and should never procreate. That's verbal assault.
Yes.
Have you ever had?
I tell you, when I travel to the South on occasion for like a golf trip or something like that, and I go into a Waffle House and the server calls me sweetheart or honey, I'm like, oh, it feels so
nice.
good.
Right.
I love it.
And that poor girl felt so bad. And I went up to the counter and I go, you did nothing wrong. And I'll be right back. I'm going to key this guy's car.
You're welcome. Well, listen. So you're a champion for the downtrodden,
for the little man,
right?
Yeah,
For the
little man.
Has it ever resulted in fisticuffs breaking out?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets a little. It can get a little.
At your
crazy.
show?
No,
like a Walmart.
Walmart. Yeah, no, it gets and so. Yeah, the cops have been called a couple of times.
Well, for a fight, for an actual physical fight.
Yeah, there was one, and the thing in New York was like, this guy on the sidewalk and I were going at it at the newsstand, and then it was just got crazy because he came out from the front back.
Is this when you pulled your pants down?
Yeah.
Do we need to hear this now? Do we have time?
Do you want to share? Yeah, we got time.
Well, I don't know. I could do it the next time I'm here. I know
he wants to save it though. All right. You can tell he wants to save it.
No.
So.
I'll. How much time do we have? We got time?
Yeah, we got like 10 minutes or more. Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. It's raining out, and I want to get a bag for my newspaper. I go to the newsstand that I go to, and I give him a guy $1 for the newspaper, and I go, "Can I have a bag?" And he goes like this to me, "No bag, no. We don't have any. No bag, no." I go, "What do you mean? I see the bags right there." He goes, like, no, I don't want to go. I only make 5 cents on the newspaper. I don't want to give you a bag. I go, oh, you don't want to give me a bag? You only make 5 cents. I've been giving you my business for 4 years. So it starts, right? Like my wife would be just like, just walk away with the friggin' newspaper. Stick it under your jacket. Like what?
Right.
But again, I'm like going to change the world, right? So he goes, no. I go, you're not going to give me a bag. I go, well, he goes, no. I go, I said, well, you have all these bags, and you go, well, I can't. He starts giving me this runaround, right? And I'm
going to
like,
have to charge you for a paper.
Yeah. And so it's like, so I go, you're not going to, I go, well, you know what? I'm not coming back here, and you can go F yourself.
Yeah.
And he goes, you don't talk to me that way. Otherwise, and he was Indian. He goes, I will F you up properly. And he said properly. And I never been spoken to in such a nice way. I thought he was going to put on some white gloves, tickle me down here. Right. And he goes, right. So now I'm like laughing, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm getting in a fight or what. And he goes, well, I go, well, you're a jerk. You don't want. He goes, well, I go, you know what? You're a scumbag, and I hate you. And he goes, you don't talk to me that way. I will F you up the ass properly. He says that. Properly. And he comes out from the newsstand. I said, you're gonna kick my ass? That's what you're gonna do? Oh yeah? He goes, yeah. Now we're like face to face, close. And I go, you want to kick my ass? I pull my pants all the way down. Not just my pants, my underwear
as
everything.
well.
Oh yeah, everything.
Wow.
Everything. And I'm slapping my butt going, come on, there it is. Kick it. And I'm screaming at the top of I swear to God, at 86th and Lexington. Come on. And it's classic New York. It would be the same thing in Philly. People aren't even phased. They're like, oh, there's another guy with his ass out. Just like walking by me. You know what I mean? And then two people stop. One person gets a camera out. He's filming and laughing, right? And I'm like, well, I will do it. I go, do it, big shot. Come on. And the two cops come over.
There you go.
Right? And again, they're like, what the hell's going on? And I'm screaming, what? Come on, kick it. What? And he goes, what's going on? All he could say is, he wouldn't give me a bag.
That's great. That's great.
Wow.
I ended up writing that story up for the New York Times Sunday magazine.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
They used to have a column called Real Lives. And so he said they wanted me to write something. I got this story. I think I can clean it up if I lose the F-bombs and everything else. And it ended up it's an article in the New York Times. Yeah, it's just.
How much of that encounter is cause and effect of the culture of New York itself?
It's
you know
not,
what I mean?
It's me.
It's not. It's
Something
you.
happens with me. A switch goes off and I can't explain it.
Wow.
I don't know if it comes from my mother, who's like very domineering and whatever. It's a personal thing. I don't know if it's because I'm Italian. I believe in stereotypes, but a switch goes off, and then once it goes off and I start to get provoked, I can't pull back.
Yeah.
And then I keep going and going and going to the point where the police are calling.
Do you have a fear if you were to tend to that or tamp that down or restructure it, that you would lose what makes you the comedian?
A little bit. Woody Allen said he didn't
yeah.
want to do therapy because he didn't want to ruin his comedy. A little bit,
yeah.
I mean, it's part of what I talk about.
Right.
When you start doing comedy, I think you just want to connect with people, so you talk about very generic things that people relate to, even subconsciously. Right? So you start writing about going to McDonald's or commercials, right? But if you're going to progress, you got to get to the point where you're willing to reveal you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's such a crazy thing to do stand-up because. And I'm not taking anything away from actors and musicians, but they have something with them. Like an actor is behind a script and a character.
Right.
A musician's got a band. This is just naked human being in front of people wanting to make you laugh. It takes a while to get comfortable up there to the point where you want to reveal yourself.
Very much so. Same thing in what we do. And we open up our lives. We talk about what's going on in our world, warts and all.
Right.
It took me a long time to be comfortable with that, a very long time.
And that's normal because it's like you're up there completely naked. And so what I decided to do was I started to have these moments in my life and I just incorporate them into my show.
Not? Yeah.
And it's not an act. Like my show is not an act. I got like crazy Italian relatives. My mother's 97, wants to keep working. And so that's what happens with Permission to Speak. My stories tie into their stories.
You just recently, speaking of your story and bringing up your mom, you recently got her into an assisted living facility.
Yeah.
I went through that a little while back. One of my best friends is going through that right now. We're at that age. How old are you, by the way?
58.
Okay, 57.
Okay.
So yeah, we're in that age range where you've got to facilitate that. Something I never thought about in my life until not that long ago.
No.
And it is not an easy process.
No, well, we use duct tape. And, she can't get out of that.
Shut her up.
Right.
Yeah.
No, she didn't want to leave the house, and it took a fall. That's what it takes. It takes a fall.
Yeah.
And she didn't hurt herself, but it was like, this sounds crazy, a perfect fall. Like it was enough to go like whatever.
Yeah.
And she fought it in the beginning, and now heavily medicated, she likes it. Now, she likes it because she was alone all day, sleeping all day, depressed. Now she's got people around.
And she'd worked all her life.
Well, she started a furniture
store.
business,
Yeah.
I think I've talked about before. In 1959, in a tenement house with 2 babies in our Italian section of Rhode Island. And I also got family down here in the Philly area. When everybody was telling her a woman's supposed to stay home and cook and clean and take care of the family, and she's like, well, why can a guy do it and I can't do it?
Right.
Screw you, I'm going to do it. So she started selling little tchotchkes and glassware out of this apartment and turned it into a furniture store. The whole family did. We all worked in it.
Right.
And so
it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it really is. But also with that, it's like Shakespeare, Greek mythology, what's your great is your undoing. Like she was very much of her heart. I was like crazy. Like she wouldn't buy filing cabinets because she didn't want to spend money. She grew up in the Depression. So she would put all of her bills and files in styrofoam coolers and then carry them around. I'm not making this up.
I don't doubt it.
When she got audited, it looks like she was going on a picnic. It was crazy. It was like you just, there's like so it took a while for her to understand. When you make one thing your whole life, which was her business, and then that goes away, you go like, who am I, and what do I do?
That to me is one of the great, I've seen it, I've told, on the show, a family member who, once they retired and thought they needed to retire the way you were told you have to be, which is inert.
Yeah.
The precipitous downfall and death not soon after because they were not engaged. It wasn't who they were.
Yeah.
And I so to me, that because it does sort of define you at some level.
It does. And I said to her, like, you got to do other things. But like, she just always had her own way. And then she was successful, but then like, it was always the money that we had to have her car fumigated She went to the market. She was having some of her girlfriends over. She buys some cold cuts. She buys some cheese, like provolone, blue cheese, whatever. She goes into Target, decides she's going to go there. She locks the car. She puts some of the cheese under the front seat of the car.
Oh my God.
And she forgets about the cheese 3 days later. And I'm like, why did you put the cheese under the front seat of the car? And I'm quoting now.
Yeah.
I didn't want people to steal the cheese.
I knew that was it.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like it's an immigrant mentality,
Yeah.
even though you've right. It's like, what is there, a Gouda thief running around Rhode Island? Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, I'll take pieces of paper on my front seat, and I'm like, oh yeah, just in case
I
somebody
do the same.
gets in, and I'll put them in my trunk.
Never an exposed wire. Never anything.
Yeah.
You don't want to have.
The wire for like to charge a
Yep,
phone. No.
nothing.
Oh yeah. No, that I do. Yeah. And so she's fine. She's in the place and she's doing her thing. We just sold her house, and like it's a lot better for everybody. But but she's 97 and she will not go down. She will not go down. We try everything. She drank a quart of bad milk. Didn't affect her at all.
Nothing.
She's like a little Italian robo-weaver thing.
Robo-weaver.
Yeah, she's 3 feet. I carry her around in a bag. You want to see her? She's right here.
Wow.
Give her some car cheese.
No, I'm glad
cheese.
glad you got her in a good place.
Yeah,
That's cool.
It's good.
Well, we do have to wrap now, Paul, but I want to remind everyone you will be back in town Saturday, March 29th. City Winery. You can get tickets at citywinery.com, but it's the Permission to Speak tour, and this is where you could end up a part of the show.
Yeah. Or not if you don't want to, but there's also stand-up. There's a lot of stand-up in my stories, but also, look, we're nameless, faceless, disconnected, and divisive.
Yeah.
It's not a political show, but I think in the premise that we have for the show, like Frank Oz, because he feels like we need a show like this now, is if we get together and share stories, realize we have more in common than we think, and maybe we don't have to be so divisive.
That's great.
And the cool thing after the show is people making connections. Like, so you'll go on stage, and I don't know, one of you will go on stage and say something about something, and somebody will connect. Oh, I know that place, and they'll start talking to each other for 5 minutes. So, and I want to just say, the last time I was here, you guys were so great because we talked about the show. You've really been supportive of me for years, but how we talk about the show here really is great because it lets people understand, and people came out from it. So, thank you.
Great.
Cool.
No,
Our pleasure.
And this is a great. City Winery is a great venue.
Yeah, I've never been. Everybody said
you're gonna have a great
I'm
show.
really psyched. So, yeah.
Anytime when we'll see you on Colbert again on the Late Show. It happen just whenever they say come on in.
We're looking probably later in the year. They're going to let someone go. But listen, open invitation. I always tell you guys, you want to come up and see a taping.
Want to do it.
It's very cool.
And I got you some Late Show swag out there, too.
Excellent. All right, Paul, thanks for being here.
Hey, thanks,
Appreciate
guys.
it.
Great to see you.
Paul Mecurio and City Winery, March 29th again. All right, we're going to take a break. Coming back. B-File.
I want a bag.
Stay with us. Pull your pants up, sir. We'll be right back. Oh, my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
Miley Cyrus. You know about all that went on, yeah. She is officially living her best life after splitting with husband Liam Hemsworth. Soaking in that post-breakup glow with a potential new fling. The mother's daughter singer and the Hunger Games star called it quits on Saturday after less than 8 months of marriage and many more as a couple. The two announced that they've decided to, quote, focus on themselves and their careers in a joint statement.
The thing that is wild is, I guess about 4 months ago, she said she was bisexual, right? That she enjoyed relationships with women as well. And lo and behold, right? I'm sure you have the information there.
Well, yeah, so she is seemingly taking an on-to-the-next-level approach. As hours before the news broke, she was spotted kissing Caitlyn Carter. Carter recently ended her not-so-real marriage to reality TV star and Kardashian step-sibling Brody Jenner.
Can you imagine?
The two have been vacationing in Lake Como, Italy with Cyrus's sister, and were seen packing on the PDA at the Il Sereno Hotel over the weekend, where on the said they were not trying to hide it at all.
Oh, this is all happening on Instagram. I've got to follow her, Preston. I'm missing so much.
Are you ready? So
please.
Here is her inspirational message. She wrote.
Do we have music that would?
I think you should cue the. This is inspirational. So this is.
Oh, you want the
anthem. So she wrote, "Don't fight evolution because
I hear you, bro.
You will never win. Like the mountain I'm standing on top of. which was once underwater, connected with Africa. Change is inevitable.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
All right, and life is a climb, but the view is great.
This is my fight song. Take back my life.
You know what? I think you need a different one. Can you read that line back to me again?
Which one?
The climb one.
Okay.
This is
Life is a climb, but the view is great.
There's always gonna be another mountain. I'm always gonna wanna make it move.
That's the name of this song.
You love that song.
I do love this song.
I think that's probably why she wrote it.
Yeah.
So
She's so smart.
Hemsworth, meanwhile, has been the only one in this love square, laying relatively low. He stepped out with his brother Chris in Byron Bay, Australia, where the two picked up some frozen yogurt. So they hit up Froyo.
Hey, you want some yogurt or something? Hey, we'll get frozen yogurt.
But he did break his silence a little bit. The 29-year-old was, like I said, was hanging out with Chris. And
Man, just let me eat my yogurt.
It seems Liam isn't quite ready to jump back in. And Liam told Daily Mail Australia when asked about the split, "You don't understand what it's like. I don't want to talk about it, mate."
I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
I mean, he entered it. She seemed like a safe bet, Miley Cyrus, that she would be the wife he had always wanted. But no, listen, the heart wants what the heart wants, Preston. And this heart wanted another chick.
So right. It's I was about to say it's so funny, but not funny. It's just
ha funny?
No.
Like I make you laugh?
It's interesting to watch couples in an off again, on again relationship. And you and your friends who know these people know. You know.
Yes.
It's never gonna work. It's never gonna work. But then one of them goes, "Let's get married."
Yeah.
And now I'm gonna be serious about it. This is it. I'm diving in. And they think that is going to be the Band-Aid, that's going to be the big,
the impression of commitment. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's have the trappings of commitment. Yeah. Without the commitment.
And then they don't realize after it just goes back to the same old crap, and it didn't.
And there you are eating yogurt with your brother.
Yeah, exactly.
There you are eating froyo with your brother.
It's also funny to watch the reactions because he's laying low, not saying anything, not posting anything on Instagram. Meanwhile, Miley is going nuts on Instagram.
She's finger blasting somebody in Lake Como.
And they're both, she and this Caitlyn girl are both posting a ton of hot photos of themselves. So for them to get validation post-breakup, they need to post these superficial shots of themselves, whereas Liam is just like, I'm going to get some frozen yogurt.
And not for anything, just, I don't know, live your life how you want to live, but maybe be a little respectful of the marriage you just had. Right? I mean, just take a little bit of a breather before you're squatting on each other's faces and pictures on Instagram.
So they were married for roughly 8 months, but they'd been together on and off for more than a decade.
Yeah, a long time.
Anyhow, some question whether their elaborate ceremony in Nihi on Sumba.
This is all made up.
Is this all? Are these real
words?
Are
pretend places.
You're a geographer.
I know places, but this one's a mystery to me.
In Nihi on Sumba.
How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
Where'd you get married? Nihi.
How do you spell Nihi?
N-I-A.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said Ehe. That's a town one over.
No.
It's like Shelbyville and Springfield.
What?
That's how they sound in Ehe.
Oh, Nihi Sumba. It's all.
Oh.
All right. Is it an island nation?
Yeah, it's in.
It's right next to Nelby Tai Tai.
It's in Indonesia.
Oh, dear Lord. Is right next to Nihi on Sumba.
Just south of Iso Tai Tai.
I'm going white.
That's the main city.
Yeah.
I'm going into where you're going. Wait.
So people are wondering if their ceremony in Nihi on Sumba in June of 2018 was legally binding or not. They might not really be married. So that was a big story.
It sort of rocked my world. Let me ask you this, then. You all worked in besides, did you all work in, regular restaurants?
Fast food, yeah.
For servers, is how commonplace is it to, on the way from the...
No. Not
Yeah,
the way.
but
We talked about this.
Maybe
on
up,
the way back.
Maybe up on the counter.
No, on the way out.
Yeah.
Because the way the kitchen that I worked in, you'd put up, order up, you put it up on a counter.
Like there's a whole plate of fries.
And it was still in the kitchen, so it wasn't. It wasn't in line of sight for the customers, so they could probably grab a fry and eat one on the way out.
It was never that for me.
You never did that?
No, but I
never.
But I sucked all the nitrous out of the whipped cream.
Really?
I watched.
Dude, my waiter just took a dump on our table.
I watched one waitress. She had like 3 or 4. Cream things that just was like cream juice because it had no nitrogen. What's going on here? These are all broken.
Do you remember?
Dripping out. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on with you. That's messed up, man.
Casey, at a place called the Coffee. You remember the Coffee Beanery?
Yeah.
All right, so the same thing happened. I wanted whipped cream on hot chocolate.
Oh my God.
The guy's like, he's going through the cans. I said to him, what are the odds that 6 cans of whipped cream have no propellant in them?
And Steve, did you know that when you do nitrous, it's like sulfur hexafluoride?
Yeah.
It makes your voice sound like this.
Yeah.
Did you folks like some espresso?
Just a side note, that stuff killed brain cells so fast.
Oh my God.
It was so stupid.
Dude, also, I watch people in the parking lot doing these things and walking at the same time. Rule number 1, sit down first. Because you're going to fall and smash your face into a parking block.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta get to surgery. I'm a neurosurgeon.
Preston, you know that thing that you got me where you can stick your phone in the vents of your air conditioner?
Yes.
I saw somebody that has.
That's how you heat up your chicken?
No, Steve, it's even more ridiculous than that. And he listens to the show. I'm not going to out you, but he has one of these things that goes into the vent that you put in
air freshener.
No barbecue sauce or honey and mustard or something like a chicken nugget.
He has like
dipping.
a caddy?
Get out of here.
I swear to God.
I like
is it
that.
right up here?
I like that.
Because
That's great.
It's exactly what it looked like.
It's like having a Fixins bar on your dashboard.
And I made a joke about it, like, hey, I can't believe you have a barbecue sauce holder here. He goes, yeah, I found it on, it was like, ad on Instagram. I was like, that's actually what this is.
Steve, that's like getting a limited edition, like Jeep or something. This is a Roy Rogers.
Right, Roy Rogers. Look at this. The signal squirts horsey sauce. Yeah, the rear view, Preston. It's like you're milking a cow.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out of
I
there
knew we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Is that Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's one it's the one way out where we always get lost going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking about.
But the girl who does...
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not
Yeah.
scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days. 7 days.
In 7 days.
7 days. 7 days.
Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey.
The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. What? I don't have a mic.
Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him know.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by The Bagster. Yeah. You can buy yours now at home improvement stores, just $29.99. You fill it up, they pick it up on your schedule. The Bagster, dumpster in a bag, buy, fill, gone. So for the first time in 28 years, I have Bizarre File stories, two back-to-back stories that involve Pringles cans.
Pringles.
Yes, so a woman was recently arrested in Florida after attacking a man with a can of Pringles and possibly causing him permanent disfigurement with it.
With a can of Pringles?
Yep. Shanika Serdal stands accused of 1 count of aggravated battery. The incident occurred at a 7-Eleven. A deputy arrived in response to a call about a physical fight at the store. The victim, a man, told the deputy that a male approached him and made a comment to him about his vehicle. Then, inside the store, the victim asked the defendant if she was with that man who had inquired about his vehicle. The victim stated that Shanika eventually struck him in the eye with a Pringles chip can and then took off running. While speaking with the victim, the officer said, I observed the victim had a significant cut on his right elbow and below his eye, causing him to bleed. The cut looked significant and appeared that it would leave a scar and permanent disfigurement. Later, law enforcement caught up with Serdal after the victim identified her as the alleged culprit. She was detained and brought back to the scene of crime. The officer said, I asked Shanika what happened, and she advised me that while inside the 7-Eleven, the victim was saying rude things to her and being disrespectful. Shanika said the victim at one point called her a C word. Shanika admitted that due to the victim being rude, she hit him. Now, the man who was attacked said that he was not being rude at all. He said, I pulled up 7-Eleven. There was a guy sitting outside. I got out of the car, said something under his breath. I ignored him, walked into 7-Eleven. As I was standing in line, young lady in front of me was talking to the cashier. She seemed like she had been drinking, so she stood to the side, and I was about to pay for my drink, and I asked the young lady if she knew the guy outside. The victim told police, Serdal turned around and hit me in the eye with the Pringles can and split my brow above the eye. A 7-Eleven employee subsequently vouched for the victim and his version. He said, all the guy was doing was informing me of another male customer that was laying down on the side of the building. The female called the guy a bitch.
That was enough.
Whacked him in the face with Pringles.
If I were to pick something in a 7-Eleven to cause permanent damage to someone with. I would not go for the can of Pringles.
I think she just had it in her hand already.
Okay.
So the man's eyebrow was split open. The deputy said the defendant was eventually found with a can of Pringles on her person.
There you go.
He asked her if she paid for that can, and she allegedly replied that she was unsure. Shanika was not charged for the petty theft due to the lack of evidence at the time of the arrest, but she has been busted for the assault. Now,
Pringles story number 2.
Second story that has to do with the Pringles can. A 39-year-old Los Angeles County deputy sheriff accused of smuggling heroin to inmates reportedly conspired with gang shot callers using a secret code and tubes of Pringles chips to move the drugs.
Wow. Insidious.
Deputy Michael Miser brought more than cans of Pringles into jail grounds shortly before he was taken into custody. Deputy Miser, who was assigned to a special unit that monitored gang activity in the North County Correctional Facility, the largest jail facility in the nation, by the way, and it's among 18 people indicted in the smuggling operations. This is a big operation.
Yes. All of it based around Pringles cans?
Well, that's how they were getting the heroin in. The indictment targets a network of criminals who collaborate with associates of the Mexican mafia to get the drugs into lockups. Half of those indicted are currently in jail, while the other half are free citizens. 2 such inmates are Jose Rodriguez and Jackie Triplett. Federal investigators intercepted calls by the men while they used coded language such as white Jordans or black Jordans, believed to be phrases designating methamphetamine or heroin.
Wow.
After one of these calls, Deputy Miser was seen on jail surveillance cameras passing a bag and a bedroll. 2 months later, to Triplett, by the way. 2 months later, Rodriguez was recorded on a call using coded language to have $6,000 transferred to Miser's brother-in-law. On the morning of his arrest, investigators tailed Miser from his home to a gas station, and apparently a person in an SUV passed him a grocery bag reportedly containing 2 pounds of black tar heroin wrapped in plastic inside of 2 tubes of Pringles.
So, what would you think is more addictive, Pringles or heroin?
Ooh.
Are you a Pringles fan?
I don't eat them often, but when I do, Steve, it's almost like the Girl Scout cookies. You run the tube.
You run the tube.
Yeah.
Do you know that chips like Pringles are actually designed and made so that you get that reaction that almost like an addiction that you can't stop eating. You can't eat just one.
There you go. Was that Doritos, which you can't eat just one, I believe. But
Lay's.
yes.
I think it was Lay's.
Was it Lay's?
What you're saying is once you pop, you can't stop.
That's what it is.
Okay, cool.
All right, and now I need to know. Eat all you want, we'll make more? No, wait, what was it?
Doritos.
No, that was Doritos.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll make more.
Yeah.
And then there, I think either
Once
Lay's
you
or
start, you
Lay's
can't
or,
stop.
Or was it Wise? Maybe Lay's or Wise, you can't eat just one.
Bet you can't eat just one.
Yeah.
Lay's. There it is. All right, so anyhow, this guy was busted with more $225,000 worth of heroin.
Bet you can't snort just one.
And a Pringles can. We only have time for one more. From time to time, an apt name shows up in a bizarre file story, and this happens to be Sean P. Weiner, Sr., a 35-year-old, was arrested on Sunday after fleeing the scene of a crash and disrupting highway traffic. Police received several reports of a man causing an interruption to traffic. This was multiple passing drivers that reported the man was naked and running or walking within the travel lanes. Mr. Weiner was running around completely naked. Troopers quickly located Weiner. They took him into custody. Weiner was transported to an area hospital for treatment of minor injuries
Wiener.
that were sustained in the crash. The preliminary investigation determined Weiner had been involved in a crash, left the scene on foot. The vehicle involved in the crash had been reported stolen shortly before, and it was further determined that while fleeing the scene of the crash, Weiner discarded his clothing on the shoulder of the highway before crossing all the lanes on foot. Weiner was charged with indecent exposure and lewdness, reckless conduct, 2 counts of disorderly conduct on top of that, too. And that's all we have in the bizarre file.
More than enough.
Cool. All right, we will break. We'll come back in a second. We'll try out the lesson question. We'll get to trash and music news as well. Not too far off from our letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize as well. So we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent. I'm finding you innocent. I object! There's no way that's legal!
It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep. I got to go to sleep now.
That would be
I would
Obi-Wan
brilliant. I would totally
attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear Would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
with his law career,
law school,
With this, yeah.
passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV. Get TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
It's like Sam
This
people.
bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she starred in The Ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
it
we
through
were
the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
What if I go across the international date line?
Let me get back to you.
coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
there's one
it's the one way out where we
what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. As you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days.
7 days. In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey.
The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are Mohammed bin Salman.
Salbin bin Dagbin. I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
Wait, is it come and get roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
It's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
Kim Jong-un, this is Lindsay.
last year declared her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators, Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman. Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be, I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernadupal made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernadupal.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster. 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks from Nirvana. 17 minutes after 10 o'clock, Preston and Steve show. It's Wednesday morning, and weather-wise, 57 our high, still pretty comfortable. Tomorrow we're going up to 54, Friday 58, good-looking day there. Mid-60s on Saturday with clouds, then we have a little bit of rain coming in. We're headed to Clearwater tomorrow. The high there tomorrow, 73 degrees and sunshine. That's game day.
Yes.
And then on Friday, 79 degrees. That's when we'll be at Coco's Crush Bar.
Flight is on time, by the way.
Partly cloudy skies, on-time flight. Very good. And, yeah, we're looking like we're going to have solid weather, except for the flight back. A little bit of rain expected on Sunday. So, for some of us anyhow, because we got scattered schedules. But we'll be bringing it all to you live here on the program. It's lesson question time. Now, you're going to need to Zoom the answer. And in order to do that, you have to text the word Zoom to 39333, and then we will send you a link. And the question that we will pose to you today is, what rock star would I like to have give me a rectal exam?
Yeah.
There were two different ones.
Right.
So either one will work.
They'll work.
So you can text word 9333, and we will send you that link, and then you click on the link, and then you'll kind of be put in a waiting room if we're going to go to you. Sam will handle that. So again, who would I like to have give me, what rock star would I like to have give me a rectal exam? There were two different ones. We'll take either one. While you're doing that, we'll get to the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Yoga 6 in Conshohocken. They're celebrating their grand opening this week. And when you mention WMMR, you can save up to 30% on a monthly membership.
Wow.
With unlimited yoga, by the way.
I'll see you there.
Visit yoga6.com to schedule your first class today. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Victoria Goodwin, the wife of Ghost Adventure star Aaron Goodwin, has been arrested for attempting to hire a hitman to kill him.
Whoa.
Victoria told investigators that she was simply trying to give the show another ghost to contact. That's so sweet. Adrian Brody followed up his best Oscar win with a trip to Fashion Week in Paris. Brody is reportedly looking to reward himself by purchasing a designer leather cape for his nose. It's very nice. I like that one. And finally, speaking of Fashion Week, former Gossip Girl star Leighton Meester and Kelly Rutherford staged a mini reunion for designer Ellie Saab. Both ladies said they missed former co-star Blake Lively, but vowed to shoot at her again. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, thank you very much, Steve. So it'll take a moment or two before we get somebody, since we do this Zoom approach now to answers for the time being. But while we are awaiting that, just a reminder, if you happen to be headed to Clearwater to join us at spring training, our first broadcast is tomorrow at the ballpark. We're out right up by Frenchie's, and the doors usually open around 11, I think, right?
10:30, 11. Yeah.
So make sure that you try and find us if you can, and if for some reason you can't track us down, anybody is welcome to come by the live broadcast at Coco's the next day. That's open to the public.
Absolutely.
It's easy to find. It's outside. Apparently, and according to Rodney, our amazing engineer, so last year they had tented. They had put a tent up over like maybe a third of the parking lot out front. They have tented the entire thing this time around.
The entire thing, yeah.
Because it's going to be a sunny day and beautiful on Friday, 80 degrees. So we're going to have some coverage there. But come by and see us. They have stuff planned all day. There's live music that night and all kinds of great food and drink available. All right, we will now see if we can get an answer. We want to find out what rock star I would like a rock star to give me a rectal exam. There were two different ones. We're gonna talk to Derek via Zoom right now. Hey, Derek. Morning, bud.
Morning.
All right, Derek, which rock star would I like to give me a rectal exam?
That would be Paul McCartney.
Paul McCartney works, yes. Or Bono. Nice work, Derek. Hang on. We are going to give you a pair of tickets to see Joe Coy and Friends Saturday, October 18th at Ocean Casino Resort. Tickets go on sale Friday, 10 a.m., and you can visit theoceanac.com and get your complete details. Music news time.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR. Vagina.
All right, brought to you this morning by Camelback Mountain. You can join Marissa, Casey, and Nick at Camelback Mountain's 20th annual Pond Skim at Saturday, March 22nd. And it's going to be the wildest end-of-season party on the slopes. You can go to camelbackresort.com for details. I just have two stories to share with you. We'll begin with this legendary Vinnie Paul, who was working on a cookbook titled Drumming Up an Appetite with Vinnie Paul before he died in 2018. And yesterday, on his birthday, they finally released it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's been a while, but they finally got to it. The cookbook is structured into 3 chapters. Reinventing the meal, about main courses, Far Beyond Kitchen for side dishes, and a vulgar display of flour, which covers the dessert section. Comedian and close friend Carrot Top provides the forward.
There you go.
Sharing personal anecdotes that highlight Vinny's love for cooking and entertaining.
I didn't know they were close personal friends.
The afterword, penned by Vinny's best friend and personal assistant, Brian Breedog Jones. It says Breedog. I think it's Bird Dog.
Yeah.
But anyway, talks about Paul's legendary Sunday gatherings where he would make lavish meals for friends, family, and fellow musicians.
How about that? Who would have suspected that?
Nah, and the cookbook is available from the publisher's web store in both the regular format and in deluxe edition with extra things like a cooking hostile apron and a Hell Yeah University Vinny Paul cooking diploma as
Hell
well.
Yeah University?
Hell yeah.
All right.
Mhm. He was in a band called Hell Yeah. as
Yeah,
well.
no, I just like the...
That's great, though. Hell Yeah University.
Yeah.
And then finally, this is interesting. We told you the other day how Gene Simmons yesterday is charging $12,000 and change to be his assistant.
Yes, for one day, right?
You get to pay for it. But yes, guitarist John Five, who's been in tons of bands, is a massive Kiss fan and has amassed so much memorabilia over the years, he's opening his own Kiss museum for a limited time. And per the Motley Crue guitarist website, the perfectly named Knights in Satan's Service Museum, which I think is great.
Sure.
Because that used to be Kiss stands for Knights in Satan's Service, and they're devil worshippers. So it's the Kiss Memorabilia Museum will be open for a series of dates in May. The exact location of the museum is not disclosed, but it is Los Angeles, and fans who purchase tickets will receive information about where to park and then will be taken to the museum via a shuttle.
This is very secret.
As far as tickets go, they are a steep $500. However, the ticket not only includes shuttle transportation, but John Five himself will guide you through his Kiss memorabilia collection over a 2-hour period.
So are you going to his house?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe. Additionally, each tour session will have a maximum of 6 guests, and John will answer any questions about his collection. Again, the $500 price tag is far from cheap, but it would give you an incredibly unique experience. And if you're going to be in the Los Angeles area during the dates and you want more details about the opportunity, complete information is available at john5store.com. That's a little more doable than the $12,000. I think.
Yeah.
$500, you get to go, and you can get pictures and all that stuff.
Right,
and,
that's a
and you
real
get
experience.
A tour that he's giving himself. I think that's kind of a cool thing. And if you're a Kiss fan and a fan of the bands that he's been in, or just John Five in general, that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, that is.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in music news for you this morning. All right, we have a final break to take. We'll come back in a second. We'll wrap it up. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize before we move out of the way. So stay with us because we won't be gone long. Most interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's here in
wasn't
front
it?
of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? The list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian is fighting back against critics who claim that she does no work.
Preston, are you saying she's clapping back?
She is clapping back, Steve. Yep. Mm-hmm. And she got some blowback after posting multiple shots from her family vacations in Italy and Idaho. I know.
So what's it going to be, kids? Italy or Idaho?
She's only visiting places that start with I.
Yeah.
And Idaho happened to be on the list. In Italy,
Indiana.
In Italy, the Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, Mason, Penelope, and Rain. Remember Poosh?
I'm sorry, I just pooshed.
Yeah, that's her. Is that her lifestyle brand?
Yeah.
Poosh.
Trying to be like Goop, I guess.
Yeah.
Poosh. I just pooshed in my pants.
People who brought you queef and drippy fart.
But she partied.
Poosh, and queef. The award-winning triple line from Kourtney Kardashian.
The Poosh found her party with her 3 kids nominally for her sister Kylie's 22nd birthday.
With a subtle scent of salmon.
Several other family members were there, as was her ex, Scott Disick, with whom she shares her children, and his girlfriend, Sophia Ritchie. Now, in Idaho, Courtney and her kids...
We're going to Idaho, kids!
...hung with her sister Kendall. One social media user commented, "Courtney, this is why people say you don't work, girl." And she replied, so she clapped back. "We all have our priorities, so I'll be making memories with my kids and amazing people while living my life to the absolute fullest." And then a fight broke out between comments who praised her for prioritizing her kids over at work, and others who said, as working moms, they were dedicated to family too. And so Courtney clapped back again.
So she clapped back at the mothers?
She says, "Who says I'm not a working mom? Because I most definitely am. Working moms can be dedicated, of course. As women, we should be supporting each other for what allows us to be our best, not being so critical and judgmental of each other. We all do things our own way."
Did they counterattack with the clap salvo?
I don't think so. There was not. Underlying her point, she wrote, "Travel diary coming soon.
Can't wait.
On Poosh." And I guess there must be an Instagram account that says @Poosh.
Poosh.
Yeah, @Splooge. Splooge. We need to start our own lifestyle brand called
Jig Jill.
Splooge. All right. So anyhow,
that's her fight song.
Yeah, I guess so.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
Live it,
To be
girl.
honest, though, following her on Instagram, I don't follow her on Instagram, but I follow her through all the pages of TMZ and all that stuff as I put together stuff for the Hollywood Trash. And to be honest, I've never seen her do anything but vacation.
I know.
Yeah,
never.
That's what her job is.
That is her job.
Yep. Well, she's working hard then.
Well, just consult Poosh if you want to find out what she's up to.
Let's talk about the happiest place on earth.
It's magical.
Disney. This is Disneyland, by the way, in Anaheim. And there's a viral video, yes, that is making the rounds of a couple of families beating the ever-loving piss out of each other for about 4 minutes before they finally go their separate ways.
That's a long fight.
It is a long fight.
Is someone in a wheelchair?
It's in Toontown, by the way. There was somebody on a mobility scooter.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, but the fight happens. They start to split up. Then it's back up again, then they kind of split up, then it keeps going on and on.
I mean, and it's like the Andy Kaufman used to do the intergender wrestling.
Yeah.
They're brawling, doesn't matter. The dude's beating on the woman.
Oh my God! Wait, so that's okay. I'm just seeing this for the first time. The guy
fists are
punches
flying.
the woman.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple of women beating up. It's just a mess.
Where's security?
Not that it's an excuse, but it kicks off. They're having words, and the woman just spits right in this guy's face, and then he slugs her. But I can't figure out who's on whose side.
No, and neither can I.
It's like I'm like, oh, he's hitting her now. I thought she was with him, and it's just who the hell knows what's going on.
And then the woman in the mobility scooter gets up as if she
can walk.
Yeah.
It's a
miracle. This stupid fight between these imbeciles has caused a miracle.
You know what? And there's a moment in this video where the whoever is filming this video, by the way, is laughing the whole time. She's not with them because obviously she would be getting in the middle of this.
And she's up close.
But there's an older woman who gets knocked down to the ground on her back, and you hear the woman filming just laughing her ass off. And I'm like, and you can hear children crying in the background.
Oh my God. There's a little kid walking around, and it's obviously I will freely admit, I chuckled a few times, but the really tragic part of this here is this little kid is watching these adults do this and walking around with his hands up like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Even a kid can't figure it out.
And he taps, I guess, who is his mother, like, hello, I'm here. Obviously he needs attention. He's upset too.
And all the while in the background, you have the delightfully colored Toontown.
Oh my God.
Happy place.
Listen, I understand that things can go awry anywhere, and somebody can have a bad day, and something can trigger. But if you can have the presence of mind to be aware of where you are, right then and there, you're in Disneyland,
the happiest place on earth.
Come on, look around you, see where you are. Shut up. But some people are just Some people are just a-holes.
It just kills me in this one because there was another one, Preston. I forget it was at like a kids park. It was like an amusement park. It very well may have been Disney World. And this one's great because the woman in the mobility scooter in that one, Kathy, she doesn't get up, but she starts using her mobility scooter to join the fight. She's backing up and ramming the brawling people.
So apparently, this one, they're all in the same family. They're all related.
What?
Yeah.
What?
So this is an ongoing investigation. No arrests have been made, but there was infighting that had begun outside of the park, and the fight just continued inside the park.
No arrests?
No arrests. They all knew each other.
Ridiculous.
Well, not yet anyway, Case. They said the investigation's ongoing. But
after they viewed the video, now they're looking at potentially.
Because then that guy goes on.
Everything. I saw it all. It was a mess.
But then the guy goes on to slap another woman and take her to the ground.
Kathy, he doesn't just slap her. I mean, and this is horrifying, but he gives her a haymaker.
Just some unwritten rules, right? Like
protocol.
Yeah, protocol. and
You
all
don't
that sort of
fire
stuff.
on someone else's bitch.
No, you don't.
Not in Toontown.
Not in Toontown, man. You take that to Epcot.
I think, Casey, of your story at the 4th of July parade
That's
all the time.
exactly what I was thinking.
And the bending down and addressing them as a father to kids who needed to be addressed by their father. But like you get in that mentality sometimes, and this is a place where that can happen.
You can have an Independence Day from life.
Oh, I totally understand.
I'm gonna make you independent of your life.
But on the outside, everybody else.
Hey,
oh
what
my
a good dad.
Oh, you were. Oh, you poor thing. You're so upset. You better stop crying right now.
Don't cry. Don't even let them know you're in pain.
A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Thanks. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. So I was surprised the other day when my daughter came to me and described a very specific detail of what I'm assuming. I don't know if it's a social class or if it's just a fashion or what. Return to Dust is playing MMRBQ this year. They played at the Camp Out for Hunger, and they were great. And that is a great song. Belly Up on 93.3 WMMR. 10:36 a.m. on this Wednesday morning as we are coming to a close. Would like to thank our guest this morning, Mr. Paul Mecurio.
Yeah.
He was great. Love Paul. Always has wonderful stories. He is performing at City Winery, not till Saturday, March 29th. He made the trip down here from New York just to spend a little time on the air and to promote that event.
He works it, man. You got to commend him for that.
Yeah, and it's the Permission to Speak live event. And so, if you want, you can be a part of the show. It's stand-up, but it's also a lot of cool conversation and sharing stories. So nice to have Paul in to get us ready for that whole thing. We are getting ready to embark upon a journey here, as you've heard, if you've been with us through the morning or the past few days, on our way to Clearwater, Florida. So we will be leaving very, very shortly. Pierre Robert is here with us. Hey, man.
Good day.
Nice to see you.
You had a great chat yesterday about getting ready to go to the airport. And I felt your nervousness when Marissa suggested, she mentioned my name, and instantly, no. We can't go anywhere near that.
The methodology she was mentioning, though, that came up in the story is literally waiting, minutes before the flight departs. And that seems to be more in line with what you would do, right?
Well, I don't plan it that way.
It just happens.
I strive to be where I am, but then I do what I call bargaining with myself.
Right.
Well, I actually could. I don't need to leave right that early. I could probably still, and then it starts.
Yeah.
The downward tumble starts. But like both of you have said, you never missed a flight. I've missed 10, 15 flights, maybe more over the years. You know, there'll be another one.
You get used to it. Yeah.
I've been with you where you missed a flight. We were coming back from Toronto, which was an international flight, even though it was Canada. I was waiting at the airport, and you got to go through customs and the whole nine. We did that SARS benefit show, and it was the Stones and Justin Timberlake and AC/DC and Rush. Yeah, I think it was 2002, 2003, something like that. But I didn't know what to do. I'm like, I was working for you, and he was your producer, and I'm like, I guess I'm flying home. And you,
I didn't make it.
No,
I don't even remember that.
Wait, what happens if you miss your flight? Do they just put you on another flight?
They just put you on another
You don't
one.
have to pay for it.
No. I mean, sometimes it's massively inconvenient because it could be the next day, and but usually it's the next flight of that same day, so it works out.
I'm always way early.
You get there eventually.
out. Yeah.
I made the train yesterday.
Yay!
Yeah.
Oh,
Right. I took.
Way to go.
Yesterday I had a couple days ago, after Peter, the happiest man in Austria or on the internet, was here. I said, would you ever like to go to a play while you're in New York? He goes, oh, yes, very much like that, I would. And so I had access to tickets to Wicked. And he and I went to see Wicked last night.
Oh,
in
that's
New York.
awesome.
And it was so wild because you see these videos of him with no one around, and I'm walking from the train station to the theater 15 blocks through nothing but horns and massive people. And even if you try not to bump into people, you bump into people. There's so many people there. And then we meet at the theater and go in. And I said, by the way, have you seen The Wizard of Oz? No. I go, let me just explain a little of the background to you. But we had a great time and went out and had a drink and cut the train home. I made both of them. The last one I barely made.
Yes.
Wow. I didn't have a ticket. And I go, I'm just going to get on and then work it out while we go.
You'd be a good hobo.
I really would be a good hobo.
Can you do that? Can you get on the train and pay for a ticket?
Well, theoretically not. But it was the train station in New York. They've done beautifully over the Moynihan train station. It used to be Penn Station, which was a dump below Madison Square Garden.
Yep.
It's across the street below the old post office.
I went in there. It's really nice.
Oh, my God. It's glorious.
Yeah.
Big skylights and a beautiful food court and really wonderfully done. And
But you used to be able to just get on a train, and
you could.
that's no longer.
well, you could give them your credit card on the train. You can get on the train, but you have to call Amtrak while you're on the train and
my gosh.
book the flight in motion. So, and so I had to get up and go into the bathroom so people wouldn't hear my credit card number. 755, whatever it was. I don't know. And, but I did, and it worked out, and I fell asleep, and I got here, and it all worked out fine.
All right, and here he is.
So that's the moral of the story. If you want me, guys, I can drive you guys to the airport. I'm happy to do it.
All right.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's your flight's at 2-ish, right?
Yep.
So we leave about 1:15, 1:30.
Sure,
We're in good shape.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
We'll meet you downstairs.
All right, I'll be there.
Perfect.
You'd just be standing there waiting.
Yes.
All right.
Where'd they go? I can do this. I'm sorry.
All right. Letter of the day, brother.
Yeah, sure, fine.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
E as in empty.
All right, E is an empty, and we have 2 more to go. We'll be giving this away while we are on location on Friday, but we have $500 from Paramount Pictures Novocaine. You can go see Novocaine 4DX with seat motion and environmental effects that put you into the heart of the action, and you will feel it in 4DX. Paramount Pictures Novocaine stars Jack Quaid, and that's in theaters on Friday. What are you doing with the show today?
Well, we'll have tickets for Eric Clapton and the Wallflowers. Saturday, September 13th. They went on sale last week. We continue our block of celebration of women's music with Dorothy, a workforce block of Dorothy. And she will be on the MMRBQ, of course. Nirvana will be on. Little Feat. Haven't done a block for them. We have a letter. And so those are the workforce blocks, and on we go.
Awesome. Thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Local Shots at the Landis. Live and local music every Thursday. This week, don't miss the classic rock and roll vibe of the Rearview Romantics. Info at thelandis.com. Tomorrow we will be live at Baycare Ballpark in Clearwater. We do have a full day planned. You'll be able to watch it on YouTube and listen live on WMMR.com. But guest-wise, Tom McCarthy, Larry Boa, Garrett Stubbs, Jordan Romano, who is a new closer and possible relative that we never knew about of Cat.
Correct.
Wow. And our good friend Brandon Marsh will all be on the show.
Solid lineup.
Tomorrow. So we're looking forward to spending some time with those guys. So that is it. We are done.
I'll get the car.
Get the car.
Okay.
Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow in Florida, gang. Bye-bye.